Recording in progress.
Aloha, my name is Kathy Ho. Welcome to the FTAC meeting, the Fuel Tank Advisory Committee meeting. In an effort, if you saw our agenda, it's pretty packed. So in an effort to get through our agenda, what I'm just going to do is go right to our roll call. We have some FTAC members in person, and so I'll go with our FTAC members in person, starting on our right. Claire, would you introduce yourself?
Yes. Claire Trombador, I'm the Director of the Land, Chemicals and Redevelopment. Oh, I guess I need to use your mic, she said. Thank you. Claire Trombador from EPA, the Director of the Land, Chemicals and Redevelopment Division. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Melanie Lau, and I'm one of the public members of the FTAC committee.
I am Ashley Nishihara, and I'm also one of the community members of the FTAC committee.
Ernie is not here, but he's supposed to be here. And then we'll go to the FTAC members who are online. Is Ryan Imata from DLNR here?
Yeah, good afternoon. Ryan Imata, Groundwater Regulation Branch at the Commission on Water Resource Management. Thanks.
Sorry. Dean Ueno?
Aloha, everybody. Dean Ueno, currently Acting Deputy Director for the Commission on Water Resource Management.
Rep Lowen? Senator Gabbard? Or representative from either Rep Lowens or Senator Gabbard. If you are online, please introduce yourself.
Yes, hi. My name is Meg Turner. I'm the office manager for Senator Gabbard. Sorry, I can't get my video to work right at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
From our congressional delegation, Senator Hirono's office, Carlos, are you online? Is there a representative from Rep Tokuda's office? Thank you. I'll turn it over. The purpose of FTAC can be found on our agenda at page 3. So if you need to, if you want to refer to that, that will give you the purpose of FTAC. I'll turn it over to our moderator.
Thank you very much, Kathy. My name is Keith Matson. I'm the facilitator for today's meeting, and I want to welcome all of you here today. I want to thank all of the participants, the people on stage, the additional people who will be introduced in just a second. I also want to extend a big thank you to our tech team for helping to produce this so that we can try to have a good quality hybrid meeting. That is both broadcast on Lelo and on Zoom. That's a way of maximizing participation, and one of the reasons why we use venues such as this to try to do that. And most of all, I want to thank the members of the public who are here in person and who are online, because your time is extremely valuable, and I know all of you follow this very, very closely. You do your homework. And I appreciate all that you are doing to try to help illuminate things in this whole array of issues. So with that, let me now just allow the members who are seated on stage to do self-introductions, and then we'll proceed with some other remarks.
Good afternoon, Joanna Cito, Administrator of the Environmental Management Division of the Department of Health.
Good afternoon, everyone. Allison Fong. I'm the Assistant Director of the RCRA branch at EPA Region 9. And then joining us online, we also have Amy Miller, who is the Director of our Enforcement and Compliance Assurance Division, and Corinne Lai, who is our Drinking Water Manager, also from EPA Region 9.
Aloha, good afternoon. I'm Captain James Sullivan. I am leading all of the remediation and drinking water efforts for Admiral Barnett and Admiral Williams.
Good afternoon. I am Rear Admiral Mark Williams. I'm the Deputy Commander of the Navy Closure Task Force, Red Hill.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Barnett, and I'm the Commander of Navy Region Hawaii. and the Navy Closure Task Force.
And good afternoon. My name is Vice Admiral John Wade, the commander of Joint Task Force Red Hill.
And Joanna, do you have an additional person who's participating virtually?
Later on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just some very quick logistics issues, particularly for people who are here in the room. Number one, parking. You pay at the gate when you leave, so obviously don't lose your ticket. Second is the restrooms. The closest ones are you make a left and then another left. However, I was just told about 2 minutes ago that nearest men's room is not working. The ceiling's leaking. So for the guys, you have to go a little further and then make a right and you'll find another men's room. And then that's pretty much about it. The other thing I wanted to mention is in addition to the simulcast on Alelo and the Zoom webinar, this meeting will be archived on the DOH website. If we could bring up the facilitator slides. I just want to go over a couple of things, and I'll be very brief because this is a very long agenda, or not a long agenda, but a detailed agenda. Okay, so basically, goals for today's meeting we established was to try to focus on the major developments and especially the tasks ahead. There is a lot. There's always a lot to Red Hill, but if we can focus on those things that are most pertinent both now and in the near future, I think that will help. There's a lot of complexity to many of these issues, and there's going to be some new information presented today. And so probably the most important thing is if we can try to seek clarity. I think that works for everybody, to try to be as clear as possible about the information and what it means or does not mean. And I realize that will mean different things to different people sometimes, but try to seek clarity wherever possible. In any public meeting, it's really important to share the airspace. And that goes not just for the audience members, but for everybody here. So we have FTAC members and we have presenters, and there's a lot of airspace that needs to be shared between them too. I will try to help manage that as best as possible so we have a good flow and everybody gets a good chance to participate. And then if we can just strive for constructive dialogue, because that's always beneficial. Okay, next one, please. I'm just going to go over the agenda in brief. Here we are in the blue opening remarks. That'll be over real quick. Then we're going to have 4 presentations, and this is a mixture of things that are a little more familiar to you if you follow Red Hill. Some of them actually virtually over, and other ones are just starting, and other ones that are very complex and new. So I would hope that we can have everybody's cooperation to try to move through the more familiar things more expeditiously so that we can save time to go over the more detailed, newer developments, particularly with the drinking water, and not feel squeezed for time, okay? That needs everybody's kukua. Then we'll have a break, 10-minute break, and then we will switch gears and go into the public comment and question period. So that will include both live audience people here, as well as those on Zoom. I'll go over a little bit more of how that will work later on. And then we're going to aim to adjourn at 5 o'clock and move on from there. Next slide, please. So for those people on Zoom, I think many of you have been through this drill before. I won't belabor too many of the details, but just so you know, you're in webinar format. You're not going to be able to be seen or heard during this first part of the meeting or until the second part if you've raised your hand and then you get in a queue to be seen and heard as we it's not visible on Alelo or on the archived version. When we do get to that public Q&A period, just make sure you do raise your digital hand. It will pop you up into the queue in the order that you raised it. And that's what I'll be using as a guide on whom to call in which order. And then finally, comments and further questions for the public record can be emailed to this email address below of Curtis Pruder. I think that's all I need to go through at this point. So we do have a busy agenda, and I would like to turn it over first to Admiral Wade, who will walk us through the defueling aspects.
Okay, thank you, sir, and good afternoon. Aloha, everybody. Again, Vice Admiral Wade from Joint Task Force Red Hill. It's really nice to see everyone again, not only the FTAC members, but also the general public. I'm going to give a short briefing on defueling status, and then transition with the Navy Closure Task Force. Next slide, please. So, the Secretary of Defense's decision to defuel and close the Red Hill Bulk Fuel Storage Facility is the right thing to do for so many reasons. And I've talked about those in previous FTAC meetings. Joint Task Force Red Hill was established a little over 18 months ago with the purpose of safely and expeditiously defueling the facility. In previous meetings, I've walked you all through the various phases of the defueling plan. The planning, the repairs, the training, I've talked about it as a symphony of activities timed and sequenced with the goal, working by, with, and through the regulators to find efficiencies and to try to optimize the schedule to move as fast as we could, but to do so safely. It was a whole of government and multiple sector approach from the Department of Defense. Every service, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, and then active, reserve, Guard, government, civilian, over 600 people were part of the Joint Task Force. I had some members who were here for 3 months, others for 6, others for 9, from all over the globe to support this effort. There was also significant effort from the government and the interagency at the federal, state, and the local level. You know, Congress, I can't say enough for providing the resources, especially the Hawaii delegation. At the interagency level, federal, EPA, and the Coast Guard, and then at the state level, the Department of Health, to make sure that we were safe and that we were adhering to standards. And I would like to say this because this is lost in the progress that we've made here. When we made the decision to go faster, more capability and capacity had to be borne by the regulators, especially after Lahaina, who both agencies were heavily involved with the support efforts there. So I'm grateful for their support. And then at the city and the county and levels, start with the governor and then the mayor, their staffs, the support, but also HIMA and the Department of Emergency Management, where we worked with each other, practiced, rehearsed, in case there was a major emergency, a fire or a spill, and I'm grateful for that support. And then in industry, multiple sectors involved: repair, fuel, environmental, safety, and again, hundreds of consultants and contractors. This was a team of teams approach, and I'm grateful, especially given the enormity and the importance and the no-fail aspects of the mission. And as you know, gravity defueling started in middle of October. By mid-December, we had safely removed about 104 million gallons, or 99.9% of the fuel. And through it all, we did our very, very best to communicate with the public not only what we were doing and why, but to also listen so we have better perspective and understanding of your concerns. Next slide, please. I've briefed the FTAC a number of times that after gravity defueling was complete, there would be residual fuel and sludge. Residual fuel fuel that couldn't be removed via gravity in low points, drains, bends and sags in the pipeline, and then sludge, which is a semi-hard, semi-liquid substance combined of fuel and also sediment. And on the right-hand side was the work breakdown structure of who would be responsible for what. On the residual fuel side, approximately 60,000 gallons that can be accessible without disabling the pipelines. In other words, not cutting into, not creating potential pathways into the environment, and that could be done in a relatively short period of time. But then there would be approximately 4,000 gallons of residual fuel that you just could not access without destructing the pipeline and also getting after the sludge, which is a much longer period. And so the breakdown was the Joint Task Force, 60,000, Navy Closure Task Force, the 4,000 of residual fuel, and the sludge. But let me be clear, and I'm going to repeat this again. This is from the Secretary of Defense, and I'm conveying his message that the Department of Defense is absolutely committed to get every last drop of fuel out of the facility, and as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. I'm happy to report that for Joint Task Force Red Hill, late Tuesday night, we completed the removal of the accessible residual fuel. Turned out to be 61,414 gallons. And combined with the fuel that we removed with gravity, that amount of fuel removed from Red Hill is 104.7 million gallons. That is no longer above the aquifer. Next slide, please. So, at the last FTAC meeting, the Secretary of Defense released Defueling Supplement 3, and it codified the transition of the Department of Defense's main effort from defueling to permanent closure and long-term environmental remediation. And it set the conditions for those two activities by introducing the new Navy Closure Task Force led by Admiral Barnett. It also outlined, which I just previously discussed, who would be responsible for the accessible and the inaccessible residual fuel and the sludge. And it then codified the turnover between the Joint Task Force and the Navy Closure Task Force. And if you draw your attention to the middle bottom of the slide, it shows a rudimentary timeline. But on 15 January, we received regulatory approval to start the accessible residual fuel, but at the same time, Admiral Barnett, General Link, Admiral Williams, and the rest of our teams started a methodical and a deliberate turnover so that the new Navy Closure Task Force would learn from us on all the processes, all the procedures that we've implemented for safety, for security, and for community engagement. We are continuing through that effort. We just briefed Admiral Aquilino and Admiral Paparo, Commander of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, Commander U.S. Pacific Fleet, and on the 14th of March, we are traveling to D.C. and we're briefing the Secretary of Defense and the Deputy Secretary of Defense personally to review our progress on the transition and the turnover between the two task forces. We are on plan, and while this turnover is continuing, we are now engaged with the EPA and the Department of Health, and as I speak, the teammates of mine are going through with the regulators and walking through inch by inch of the facility, validating that we have met all requirements established in the Department of Health emergency order and the EPA consent order. That will be part of our exit criteria to confirm with the Secretary of Defense that we're ready to turn over with the Navy Closure Task Force. So this will be my last FTAC, assuming we pass the inspection. And I'd just like to talk to you all personally here. tragic events of 21, it shouldn't have happened. But we can't rewind the clock. I wish we could. I wish I was never selected to be the Joint Task Force commander, but we are where we are. So with that said, I am truly privileged that I had the opportunity to serve the people of Hawaii and our military families. There is still a lot to do. And it brings new risks and new challenges. But the conditions are now set for permanent closure and for long-term environmental remediation. And I know Admiral Barnett is sitting next to me, but I've known Admiral Barnett for years. I know him not only professionally, but personally. And he is going to be committed to doing this mission with precision and exacting details, and I'm confident that he will lead the efforts moving forward expertly. Coming back to the Joint Task Force, I do sincerely hope from the bottom of my heart that the removal of the fuel is yet one additional step moving all of us, not us, you, them, we, together, and to continue the healing, which I think is so critical with the communities of Hawaii. And then lastly, I do want to express my sincere appreciation to the FTAC committee members and also to the general public who has participated in these events and so many others. It's clear that community advocacy got us to where we are today. I think that's important. The community and your feedback has certainly gave me and my team greater purpose in meeting of what we needed to do and why, and it's certainly given me, as the leader of this Joint Task Force, the urgency to move as quickly as possible. I also want to thank you. I want to thank the FTAC members. I want to thank the community for your feedback. Many of your suggestions were incorporated into our defueling plan to reduce risk. And many of your suggestions were taken on to make our communications more simple and understandable for the community, and I think led to greater transparency and communication with the public, which I think is really, really important. And so for that, I am truly grateful. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to serve you all, and God bless. Thank you.
Okay, next slide. Okay, well, good afternoon. My name is Steve Barnett, and I am the commander of the Navy Closure Task Force. I'm also a commander of Navy Region Hawaii. And I wanted to just go through a few slides with you and then answer any questions that you may have. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is our mission. Navy Closure Task Force mission. First, we were established on 6 November by the Secretary of Defense. And just like Admiral Wade said, it was to handle the closure, the site remediation, and the associated task with that. You can see the mission right there. Long-term environmental remediation, aquifer restoration efforts in coordination with our state and federal regulators and stakeholders. And also, and just as important, to communicate, and be transparent with what we're doing. Okay, next slide. Okay, this slide is actually just a little bit of information resources. I want to make sure that everyone knows what we have out here for part of our transparency and for our communication. You'll see 4 different QR codes there. I'll make sure that we have those readily available if you want to pull those up. One is on the Navy Closure Task Force. I also want to say that we're going to have a certain date to where one of the many things that the Joint Task Force did well, one of them was they had an app. And that app will then transition over to us at the Navy Closure Task Force. Right now, we have an area on there that's dedicated to the Navy Closure Task Force. But once the Joint Task Force goes away, you will automatically be switched over to the app. to the Navy Closure Task Force app. And for those who don't have it, we can make sure that we get you the information so you can download that. So that's another way that we can communicate with the community. Then you'll see the Navy Region Hawaii Facebook page, the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam, which is one of my commands also, and then our waters update site where you can follow and track water sampling and testing. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a bit of an eye chart here, but I wanted to talk you through it just really simply. As you know, with most organizations, particularly military organizations, we have a structure of command and control. This command and control structure was mirrored off of the Joint Task Force. It's a proven product and it works well. You'll see at the very top, like we've mentioned, is the Secretary of Defense, followed by the Secretary of the Navy, the Chief of Naval Operations, the Commander of Pacific Fleet, and then there's me, Rear Admiral Steve Barnett. As mentioned, I am dual-headed, and that provides synergy. In addition to being the commander of Navy Region Hawaii, I'm also the commander of the Closure Task Force, and you can see that right there. My day-to-day operations person is sitting right next to me. It's Rear Admiral Mark Williams. He's a combat-proven engineer, and we're blessed to have him on our team here to help lead the engineering efforts. And then you'll see the breakdown from there on of the different areas of focus that we have in there. Starting over at the left, we have the command support. We also have an HR side, an operations side, a facility side, an important side, the environmental side, and then also a remediation and a technology side, which we're just bringing that up right now. And then also we have a comptroller to handle our funding and our money. One of the more important sides, if you look up between myself and there's an offshoot, you'll see that. That's the community engagement. Okay, that's very important. The reason that's there is at the top is I need to meet with them, myself and Admiral Williams need to meet with them on the regular to make sure that we're engaging with the community. And you can see that right there. Okay, next slide. I want you to know about our commitment. Honor, courage, commitment are the Navy's core values, and I wanted to talk to you about our commitment. Safe, and you'll see it at the banner at the bottom, and deliberate, engaged, and committed. The goal is to maintain safe drinking water, is to decommission the tanks at Red Hill, is to remediate the environment, to ensure Red Hill is never again used to store fuel or hazardous material, and just as importantly, we have to communicate this in what we're doing with the community. And I wanted to stress that. This picture that you see here is of our stand-up, and that's of Admiral Williams, of our stand-up of the actual Closure Task Force. Okay, next slide. These are the 3 lines of effort that we're broken down into, lines of effort. So that's where we're going to be putting our focus. That's where all the groups that you saw earlier are going to be focusing. It's the decommissioning, it's the remediation, and it's communication. What you'll see here for the decommissioning side, you'll see the first thing is AFFF removal. And I want to make this clear that there is still some AFFF that's actually in Red Hill. It is not used for any type of fighting purposes or anything, but that is our first CONOPS, our first operation that we're going to be working for the Navy Closure Task Force. And we've got a CONOPS. It's been briefed. It's going to be continue to brief. I've received a brief. It's going to be briefed up and up and up all the way up to the commander of the Pacific Fleet. That's the level of detail that we've learned from the Joint Task Force that we're going to take on board. So that's going to be removed, and so that's going to be removed starting in the month of April. And we will make sure that we're working with the regulators side by side on that, and we will be notifying. It was the defueling information sharing form, but also we're going to be notifying it's called the Navy Information Sharing Form. We're going to be getting that information out to the public so they know and can track what we're actually doing. The other part of decommissioning is tank cleaning, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. You'll see when that starts. Pipe removal, and then facility closure as we set the condition for closure. There are certain things that we have to do to actually button up and things that we still have to monitor, and that'll be part of the process there. You'll see in the remediation section, the well restoration, the site remediation, and our drinking water. The big thing that I want you to take away from that slide there is that, along with the communication, which I'll talk about later, those are continuing and enduring efforts, okay? That's why we're here. That's why we're here. It's very important that we remediate the environment and that we do a complete site assessment, working with the regulators to make sure that we do the right thing. And the team here will talk a little bit more about that. Lastly on this slide is communication. That's persistent engagement with all the stakeholders in the community. That's a continual drumbeat that we're going to have to continue to do, and we do that through numerous ways, opportunities such as this. Okay, next slide. Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay, so now we want to move quickly to the EPA and DOH, and they will discuss the regulatory oversight for defueling and closure.
EPA and DOH continue to provide oversight for a joint task force defueling of the Red Hill facility, and defueling began ahead of schedule, as mentioned, in October of last year, but preparations for that defueling have been underway since early 2022.
So today, we'll be providing an update on the regulatory oversight of defueling. This includes a summary of the efforts that we've been undertaking to review defueling materials by the Joint Task Force, and an update on key events, including the removal of the vast majority of the fuel from Red Hill, and a summary of the interim defueling completion inspection that is occurring this week.
Next slide, please. Thank you. DOH's 2022 emergency order requires the Navy to defuel and permanently close Red Hill. We also regulate Red Hill as part of an underground storage tank system under the Hawaii Revised Statutes and Hawaii Administrative Rules.
EPA continues to implement the 2023 Administrative Order and Consent between EPA, DLA, and DOD, and the order requires the DOD and DLA to produce a defueling plan for EPA's approval to implement this plan and to demonstrate that defueling is successfully completed. Next slide.
The EPA and DOH have reviewed and approved each element of the defueling plan to ensure it meets all regulatory requirements. This process has been extensive during the repair phase. Our teams carefully reviewed and approved over 300 quality validation reports for individual repairs to the Red Hill system. These repairs were completed to prevent releases to the environment during defueling and now tank cleaning.
So in addition to evaluating the completion of repairs to the system, EPA and DOH reviewed the proposed defueling operations to ensure that the process to remove fuel was carried out in accordance with best practices. Operational plans that we've reviewed include, but are not limited to, concepts of operations for unpacking the pipelines, draining the main fueling tanks, flowing fuel from the tank bottoms for removal, draining the main fuel tanks, addressing and removing residual fuel removal, and spill preparation and response plans. All elements of the defuel plan required by DOH's emergency order and EPA's consent order have been reviewed and approved. Next slide.
To date, Joint Task Force has removed almost all of the fuel from the Red Hill facility. By the end of 2023, the tank mains, tank bottoms, and main fuel pipeline were defueled. This means over 104 million gallons of fuel were safely removed from above the aquifer. At the last FTAC meeting, Vice Admiral Wade explained that about 64,000 gallons of residual fuel would remain after gravity defueling. And as he mentioned today, that has been completed, and we are waiting for the investigation to be completed. The department has conditionally approved residual defueling, and one of the conditions was to confirm that to the extent practicable, through non-destructive means, all residual fuel has been removed from the main fuel tank and surge tank systems, as well as provide a list of locations and estimated quantities of fuel remaining for destructive removal to be included as part of the closure phase of the closure plan.
So as mentioned earlier, residual fuel removal began on January 15th of this year, and EPA and DOH have provided oversight to this process by reviewing all of the conceptual operational plans and stationing staff on site to witness the activities. As of today, the vast majority of the residual fuel has been removed from the Red Hill facility. This period also does mark the transition from Joint Task Force to Navy Closure Task Force, an EPA and JTF had agreed with the participation from DOH to conduct an interim defueling completion inspection of the facility with the purpose of documenting exactly where the fuel has been removed and where fuel may remain in the system. It is expected that this inspection will produce results that hopefully match a joint task force that all the fuel has been removed, and it's expected that the remaining fuel within the system will include approximately 4,000 gallons of the residual fuel that must be removed during the removal of the pipelines, and approximately 28,000 gallons of sludge material at the bottom of the Red Hill tanks that will be removed by Navy Closure Task Force as part of their processes. This inspection is an interim measure to document the state of the system at the present, at this time of transition. And the DoD and DLA are required by the 2023 consent order to complete a final defueling completion inspection when all fuel is removed from the facility.
The EPA and DOH will continue to treat the Red Hill project as a top priority. We meet with the Joint Task Force and the Navy Closure Task Force multiple times per week, a commitment to review and comment on key defueling submittals, inspect any major repairs and tests, engage on spill prevention activities, and oversee the few defueling activities that have yet to take place.
So the focus areas for us most recently are the key activities that have been performed by EPA and DOH, including the witnessing of the residual fuel drainage in the lower tank gallery area, witnessing a spill response drill that occurred in February of this year, and the ongoing tracking of overall defueling progress. And we are working towards completing the interim defueling inspection this week and overseeing the transition from Joint Task Force to Navy Closure Task Force.
Okay, great. So we went a little long, but we needed to get through some of that. I want to turn it quickly over to the FTAC members to ask questions, and I just ask you to raise your hand. And also I want to recognize that 4 FTAC members are online. A few of them were not with us when they joined, but for those FTAC members online, please raise your digital hand so we can get to you as well. Ashley, I see your hand up, please.
Yes. This goes to Admiral Barnett. On the NCTF-RH organizational structure and mission slide, I only see 2 names on there. What are the names of the other personnel in the departments listed, and will this information be made available to the public?
Right now, that's just our general chart that shows our how we're set up. We have lots of different folks right now. A lot of folks are still being hired and permanent, coming on permanent status. But I will make sure that those individuals are available at, when we do our open houses and things like that, so folks can see them and see who they actually are.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, because I see that it's made up of a bunch of different people. I'd especially like to know the names of the contractors involved.
Okay.
And Admiral Barnett, if you could talk a little closer to the microphone, I think it is lacking a little bit. Thank you. Other hands? Dr. Lau?
I have the same concern Ashley has, is that purple chart you have, the organizational chart, would be better to be fleshed out with the names and contact information. And I've tried to use it online, and I can't seem to make it get bigger, and I'm getting blinder, so I'm having a harder time reading it. So if you could, maybe I just don't know how to do it, but it would be kind of nice to make it easier to interact with it. Also, there tends to be a tendency for everybody in the service to leave after 2 or 3 years. And I hate to say this is probably going to take longer than 2 or 3 years. So to keep it updated would also be useful, in communication with the community was one of your primary focuses. So I would like to say that would help if it was a little bit more easy to use and kept up to date, also with the contact info. The second comment I have is the other graph, lines of effort. And you had, all the colored bars going across. And the last one was start facility closure, but it doesn't start for several years. So maybe, thanks, Ernie. If we could move that yellow bar closer, start facility closure now, because you did have Nakapuna do a study, and people had their views expressed. And so it'd be kind of nice if you started now with, I mean, you don't have to come up with a great plan just now, but at least say what's out there and the options. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions from FTAC members? Before we go to the second, any other first-timers? Ernie?
Yeah, thank you. I do want to say a big mahalo to Vice Admiral Wade and the Joint Task Force Red Hill for doing a great job on removal of the 104.7 million gallons of fuel right over our aquifer. So that threat of future larger releases, potentially more frequent releases, has been greatly reduced. So mahalo, Admiral. And my challenges to Admiral Barnett is do an even better job with your task force and transparency and keeping the community informed every step of the way. Like the AFFF removal of the 900 or so gallons that remains in the pipes of the AFFF system. It's a big concern, and I don't know, there's maybe a need for more details on how that's going to be done. And when it's completed, and if anything was spilled at all. Will the EPA and DOH be present during the AFFF removal, also to monitor that no problems occur?
They will be invited, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And before we go to the next question with you, Ashley, I'm getting a little bit of buzz back here. I think maybe some of you can hear it. If that's fixable, it seems to be the interaction of the mic that Ernie and Dr. Lau were sharing. Thank you. Ashley.
Okay, well, I actually had like 3 more questions, but in the interest of time, the primary one that's at the front of my mind is I'm viewing the slides as you guys are also going over it on the TV, on the screen. And I know that certain slides were updated since then, but I noticed on the lines of effort slide, could just be that I didn't see it, but I couldn't see this box that it shows up here on my screen, Aya Halava shaft treatment. Is it still there? It's not, right?
Right. We were talking about the Red Hill. What we wanted to do was focus on the Red Hill shaft, the Red Hill shaft, not necessarily the other shafts. But we can definitely discuss it during our during the drinking water section of that. But the focus of this was just to talk about the Red Hill area.
Okay, so that's why it was removed. You want to put the focus on Red Hill. Okay. And then my other couple questions were if you could please elaborate in further detail about the GAC water treatment and water treatment plant.
Yeah, you want to go ahead and...
Yes, ma'am. So it's Captain James Sullivan. So the GAC, you're talking about the blue bar at the top of the well restoration. And as everyone knows, we continue to maintain the capture zone at Red Hill by operating the pumps at the Red Hill shaft, which would be pulling any contamination that is in the aquifer in that area or any contamination that may be flowing that direction into the Red Hill shaft, and then we're treating the water through GAC treatment outside of it. So the next 2 phases of that, the Red Hill shaft GAC phase 2 treatment, that refers to the same concept of maintaining that capture zone, but adding a capability. We'll be treating it to meet drinking water standards, but it is not being used in our distribution system. It just adds that capability that in the event in the future that water was used, it could be tied into the distribution. It is not tied. That would obviously require DOH and regulator approval. It's just a capability that we're bringing towards in advance of P716, which P716, that's a military construction project. So that is the project that develops a permanent water treatment facility at the Red Hill site to bring it. It'll use the same GAC, granular activated carbon filtration technology that we use right now to treat any TPH, any fuel, using that same technology, but that is the permanent military construction water treatment facility plan for Red Hill.
Okay, thank you.
Ashley, we have actually one other question from one of the online FTAC members. Can we go with them first?
Yep.
Thank you. Ryan Amata, you had your hand up. So Ryan, if we could bring you up.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so I know there was discussion of treatment, GAC treatment for the capture zone pumpage of Red Hill shaft. Are there still plans for a beneficial reuse study or some kind of way of using the capture zone water for other non-potable uses right now? And then the second question is what are the regulators or the Navy anticipating in terms of the duration of the creation of the capture zone via that pumpage? Thanks.
Okay, I'll address the first question, then I'll let you guys address the second one. As far as to reusing the water from the Red Hill shaft, we currently have a plan in place that we're going to reuse the Red Hill water shaft, the water for part of the tank cleaning process. So we're developing for lack of better terms, like a filling station sort where we can recycle the water up, bring the water up, and then use it to actually, as part of our cleaning process, cleaning of the tanks. And I'll throw it over to you on the other.
And I apologize, the second half of the question was?
The capture.
Oh, for the capture zone. Right now, there is no defined end state for the capture zone. We've been working with the regulators, and I believe we're getting close to a plan to reduce the amount of pumping that we do at the Red Hill shaft. We had been over 4 million gallons, dropping that down to 1.8. But as of right now, there is no specified end date for when that capture zone would not be required anymore. That would be something we'll have to continue to work with the regulators on.
Okay. And maybe
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Ryan.
Oh,
did you have
sorry,
a
Keith.
follow-up?
Sorry, Keith.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Do you have
Just a follow-up question.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about potentially reusing that water for recirculating for tank cleaning, obviously the quantity is not going to be at that 4 or 5 MGD, right? So I guess again my question is there a beneficial reuse plan, or has there been one developed to look at alternative ways of reusing that water? So for example, golf course irrigation, or I know that was discussed a couple of years ago, but from a regulatory standpoint, we're seeing the allocations that we've issued for the Navy were for military and for, I guess, generally the domestic consumption of that water, which is not being used for right now, right? So I think I'm representing the commission, and the commission's interest is making sure that the water is used for the best possible use, recognizing, of course, that creation of the capture zone is important, but ultimately, what can that water be used for? So is there, or has there been, and are there plans for a beneficial reuse study for that capture zone water? Thanks.
Yes, sir, Captain Sullivan again. So there was an initial study that was done that identified several potential options and courses of action, all of which would take many, many years to implement. So the direction is to permanently reuse the water from Red Hill, thus the water treatment, the P716 military construction. That fill station, I agree, it does not provide the water that will be used for tank cleaning is not a large quantity of water. We are also having discussions and could be requesting in the future to be able to use that for other non-potable uses, construction, could be for dust control, anything like that. So we will continue to lean into that and to try to find additional uses. But a big part of it too is we know that 4 million gallons a day is a large number. Thus the importance of trying to get it down to that 1.8, which is still a large quantity. But that's the goal is it would take many years to get new pipelines that would go all the way across from the shaft down to golf courses, millions and millions of dollars, but more importantly, the time that it would take. And thus the treatment facility has been decided as that is the way forward.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully we can move along quickly, but I know Dr. Lau, you have another question.
I just want to follow up about that comment. The Red Hill Shaft GAC Phase 2 treatment, do you already have concrete plans on how to further treat the GAC filtered water, or is that a theoretical thing?
It is already, it uses the same GAC filtration technology that's there. So it's the same plant, same treatment style that was used in the past for the initial capture zone, but meeting drinking water standards, we've added a third tank to each of those trains to also treat for any potential PFAS. So all of that is incorporated in this design that is already in progress and under construction.
So it's being constructed, but it doesn't exist yet.
It does not exist yet. No, it's
Okay.
in development and being constructed now.
Okay, and so I guess I'm trying to figure this out. The GAC filtered water now is like X standard, and then you're going to filter it some more and add more filters, et cetera, and it'll be Y standard. And Y standard is drinking water standard. So this is what you're going to use to clean the tanks with. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I guess that answers part of my question of why the water was not good enough to reuse on golf courses, but it's going to be reused in the tanks, and that was a little bit of a concern to me, is that if we're going to wash the tanks down to a good standard or not, or we're just going to keep spraying more pH in there.
It is good enough to use on golf courses. The quality of the water that goes through the GACs right now does meet drinking water standards, but we are not using it as drinking water. So it meets those standards. It is absolutely good enough to use on any golf course. It's just the miles and miles of pipeline that it would require in order to get it to those golf courses is not in place, and it would require easement, all of those activities that would take several years.
Now, that's not
plus
to
the
say-
treatment.
Now, that's not to say that with the station that we are developing, that we can, potentially use truck options or other things like that. That's what we're looking at is, so in addition to that tank cleaning side, what else can it be used for?
Right. I mean, several meetings back, I did suggest that we could drive trucks down into the stream and bring them back up and use it for golf courses, but apparently that wasn't.
Well, the truck fill station, we could also, it would be many trucks, but it could be utilized for irrigation as well. It would-
Right, an offset for construction, right, soil, whatever, keeping the dust down and everything. I mean, you could even offer it for free then in that case, right? So then the construction people would actually go for this, and they'll maybe apply their own trucks. But anyway, that's just getting too much into details here, Ernie.
Ernie?
I'll make this quick. Gentlemen, I think Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam needs to look at a dual water system, potable and non-potable across the whole base. Right now you're flushing about 4 million gallons a day. Say you use 4 million, that's about 1.4 billion gallons of fresh water being dumped into Halawa Stream right now. That could be used on the base, and you would then be able to pump less out of Waiawa Shaft. So although it's expensive, we've done it with the development community on the Eva Plain to put in dual pipes, purple pipes for non-potable use and potable water lines, because we can use lower quality water for the appropriate uses like irrigation, and there are 3 golf courses on Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. So is there a commitment, because I look at this timeline, and if the water treatment plant comes online but the water is still dumped into Halawa Stream, we're looking at, I think, in this timeline up to beyond calendar year 28 of over 5 billion gallons being wasted into Halawa Stream.
So 2 parts to my answer on that. The first part is that yes, we do understand the importance of a potable and non-potable system, and unrelated to this treatment, but related to our wastewater treatment. We have, separate from all of this, we're working projects for our wastewater treatment. Part of that concept does include developing some non-potable use so that we could reuse waste, do all the treatment, and utilize that for non-potable irrigation uses. So we are looking into that. I do want to reiterate, again, we are trying and doing our best to try to get to a reduced pumping, to go from that 4 million gallons to get to closer to 1.8 million gallons, to drastically reduce that as we continue to construct the phase 2 and move forward with E716.
Yeah, even at 1.8 million gallons, multiply that by 365 days a year, and you're still wasting a lot of water. And I think what we need is, I think our Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam to commit itself toward integrated water management using the one water approach, looking at water of all quality, including non-potable water, and not wasting it, and not just relying on our precious drinking water aquifers to supply those needs. So it's a long-term picture that could be combined with the wastewater that you should be recycling it from your wastewater treatment plant with this non-potable water. And that would help to meet the basis demand and reduce your reliance on how much is being pumped out of Waiava shaft, out of a drinking water aquifer. So that's my strong recommendations, Captain Sullivan and Admiral.
And I hear you loud and clear on that.
Don't look at this on a short term, but look at holistically and long term to be a better manager, a better steward of our precious water resources.
Yes, sir, I'll definitely take that for consideration, particularly my last command where I was at in California. I'm very familiar with the purple water systems, and we'll roll this into our holistic look at our infrastructure efforts, long range too.
Okay. Ashley, are you okay with moving on?
I had one more question, but it's okay. We can.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just anticipating we're going to have a lot of questions and content later on in the agenda. I don't want to rush people, but it could be a long one. So I'm trying to see if we can move through this as expeditiously as possible. Let's turn it over to Admiral Burnett, who can talk about the tank cleaning process and the hardware removal, et cetera. And again, if you could try to be efficient with your delivery, that would be very much appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, we'll go ahead and start with Admiral Williams is going to talk a little bit about we can get the slides pulled up for the tank cleaning session, closure and tank cleaning. Okay, Mark.
Thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Excited to talk with you all about the progress the Navy Closure Task Force is making in our mission, first and foremost in the decommissioning line effort to close the tanks down. So again, I'm Mark Williams, I'm the Deputy Commander. If I could go to the next slide, please. So a little bit, sorry, hopefully it's bigger on the screen above us, but wanted to point attention to at least the graphic to try to explain the size and the scope of the problem that we're facing. So just to reorientate folks to the scale here, so that center mast is roughly 250 feet tall, and those tanks are 100 feet in diameter. And so the entry and exit point into each tank is roughly 200 feet above the tank surface. So because of this, because of safety is paramount, right, our tank cleaning process is going to follow a very deliberate and methodical four-step process in order to maximize safety. While we understand and appreciate everybody's desires, and as our desires as well, to go as expeditiously as possible, our speed is going to be dictated by what is safe. So the other thing I want to call out is what was pointed out earlier is the ongoing involvement with DOH and EPA with regards to rehearsals, spill drills, concept of operations, and et cetera. So every single major endeavor that we go through, whether it's to open the tanks and ventilate them, as I'll talk through in a second, lowering workers down, et cetera, we'll go through a series of rehearsals, briefs, clear concept of operations so that all parties understand what it is we're doing, why we're doing it, and more importantly, how we're prepared to protect human health and protect the environment, and then also be ready to respond should something, despite all those protections, something negative happen. So the tank cleaning process starts with the preparation step, which includes isolating the tank, disconnecting all the pipeline except for the fuel oil recovery line. And I apologize if henceforward I slip up and use the acronym FOR. Military speak is hard to get out of your system sometimes, so if I do, apologize. But the fuel oil recovery line is the line that we will capture all of the flowable sludge as well as our rinsate and that will go down to tank 311, which I'll talk about in a little bit. We expect the preparation phase as we go through this, where we basically will ventilate each tank, as also remove the flowable sludge to last approximately 3 months. So throughout the closure of the Red Hill, as well as as it was done during the defueling phase, we're going to continue to conduct ambient air quality monitoring at the facility boundaries, and this will ensure that no adverse impacts are created for adjacent neighbors and our workers above current ambient air conditions. So we'll be collecting data on volatile air, organic compounds, established national air ambient quality constituents, and then also collecting data on the weather on a continuous basis that will be reported in 15-minute increments. So once we've ventilated the tanks, and remove the flowable sludge, and we've got a marine chemist that has deemed it safe for human entry. We will begin the step 2, which is also going to last about 3 months of time. During this step, we will inspect, repair, and load test that center catwalk, the catwalk, as well as the booms and the center mast that you see there. And then once those are certified by a structural engineer, basically then we can move on to the next phase, or I should say next phase. We will then begin removing the solid sludge. I've got a slide later that's going to explain in more detail to cover the sludge removal, so we'll get to that in a second here. But once we remove that sludge, we'll move then onto the pressure washing or the actual tank cleaning process. So again, as depicted on the slide there, you see the size. To give you an idea of the surface area that needs to be cleaned on each of these tanks is approximately the same surface area of 2 football fields. And the folks will be doing this obviously hung right from these booms, 50, 100 feet in the air. Think about pressure washing the side of a skyscraper, except you're doing it inside out. So the process to pressure wash will include, we estimate about 40,000 gallons of water, 1,200 gallons of Simple Green will be used during the cleaning of each tank. And the important thing here is, and I know that the use of Simple Green may concern some folks, but the use of Simple Green, which is a surfactant, is critical to ensure the tanks get clean. So if you think about taking a shower and taking a shower without soap, how clean do you really get? So you need that to ensure that we do a clean and thorough job of getting all the residual fuel on the sides of these walls captured and the tanks cleaned. Key thing here is also I want to talk about our layers of protection. We're going to have a slide here on the second on the layers of protection, but I want to call attention to the approach that we have specific to the oily waste and the rinsate containing Simple Green. So our method here is to apply the same levels of safety, security, oversight, environmental protection, and spill prevention that the Joint Task Force did when they were fueling the pipelines. So essentially we will look at this as, hey, it is fuel. And that's the level of scrutiny and oversight that we're going to apply as we ensure that we capture all that rinsate, and it will be, again, back to 311. I'll talk about that on a subsequent slide. So getting to the sequence so that folks can understand the symphony of efforts here, it is the way that these will be done are in two tanks as a pair at a time. So at the height of activity, we will have essentially 2 sets of tanks getting prepared, 2 sets of tanks going through the infrastructure, installation, and certification, and then 2 tanks going through the cleaning process. So we'll have essentially activity in 6 tanks, and then when you lay this out, as you see on the screen, the bottom line up front is we expect it to take 35 months is the estimated duration from start to finish. Okay, next slide. So I mentioned about the layered approach to the environmental protection. So each layer of protection, as you see on the screen here in front of you, is from pipeline wrapping to secondary containment systems. Everything is evaluated for adequacy as an independent production layer against spill in order to identify any risk gaps that may exist, and then we have subsequent layers that we will add on should those risk gaps exist. Essentially, the bottom line here is collectively the whole of these efforts is greater than the sum of the parts. So again, the focus here is on protection and prevention, but we also recognize that we need to be prepared should something negative happen, which is also why you'll see there the emphasis on spill drills, tabletop exercises, et cetera, to ensure that should we have any weeps, seeps, leaks anywhere that's identified, we can respond immediately and minimize and address and properly clean up as fast and expeditiously as is possible. Okay, next slide. So again, I want to talk about the sludge removal process here. So there's two types of sludge. One is the flowable sludge, and then the other one's the solid sludge. So the flowable sludge will essentially come out during the, as we, the preparation phase. We will float the tank slightly with some water and capture that flowable sludge in the 4 line, the fuel oil recovery line, and that will flow out to tank 311. that then will subsequently be collected in a registered waste transporter, taken on island to a facility where the oily waste will be separated, and then the remaining wastewater would be then containerized and sent offshore for further treatment. On the solid sludge slide, it's a little more complicated, and in that once we are able to enter the tank and we have certified that center mast as well as the catwalks and the booms, we would lower workers down. Those workers, again, are lowered down roughly 200 feet to the bottom of the tank. They then will use shovels to essentially scoop the sludge into specialized containers. Those containers are sealed. They are then raised up to the catwalk, carted out of the facility, and then again, they would be transported using a waste transporter down to the port. From there, they're shipped back to the mainland and properly disposed of in an appropriate facility back in the mainland. So again, the key thing here with the solid sludge removal is the inordinate amount of risk, the fall protection measures that we have to put in place, as well as just the oversight to make sure that the secondary containment that exists throughout the transport, making sure that all policies and procedures are followed so that we do not have any drop of sludge or any amount of sludge displaced to the environment. All right, next slide. And then finally, I want to talk about the pipeline removal process. And this is also where we will get after that estimated 4,000 gallons of residual fuel that remains. So approximately 10 miles or so of pipeline that exists when you stack each of the three end to end, and you can see the confined space there on the left, or I guess my left, your left as well. So very, very tight space. Again, there's only 6 entrances in. These are very tight entrances and exits to get out. So we're talking about cutting 10 miles of pipeline about 10 feet at a time. And these are heavy pipes. These are not your 4-inch, 6-inch mains that you may see out. These are massive, heavy 1940s era steel. So an inordinate amount of preparation work goes into place to make sure containment is in place before a cut is done. And then you work, again, we will work from tank 1920 down, so work with gravity. And you work your way down to the underground pump house where we will end on the pipeline removal. We expect end to end, this will run roughly 3 years, 36 months is what it's estimated now. And we will begin working with the contractor on trying to, one, slide the date left so that we start sooner. Right now we're scheduled to start early 2025 with pipeline removal. Looking to start that this year, and then also find ways to get it done faster as we go through and, again, capture that 4,000 gallons as well as remove this pipeline. Again, appreciate the time today, and I know I probably did run long, so I apologize. But I wanted to get through that material.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to turn it over to DOH and EPA again to talk about the regulatory oversight. Then we'll move quickly to our FTech member questions.
Okay, thank you, Keith. Hopefully the slides are up. All right, so Joanna and I will be providing an update to you all on EPA and DOH's regulatory oversight of this closure process, which, as Admiral Williams had explained, starts with the removal of the 900 gallons of AFFF and cleaning of the Red Hill tanks.
The DOH and EPA are overseeing closure and defueling under the same respective legal authorities. Next slide. These regulatory authorities require the Navy to submit a closure plan. Details of this plan will include, among other things, the process of tank cleaning, tank disposition, as well as site assessment and remediation of the facility. Navy has also proposed complete removal of fuel pipelines, which will also include work to remove an estimated 4,000 gallons of fuel. That can only be drained through deconstruction of the pipeline. Description of this work would need to be included in the closure plan. The Navy to date has segmented their closure plan into 4 different parts: a tank cleaning plan, site assessment plan, pipeline deconstruction and removal plan, and closure design plan. To date, regulators have only received the tank cleaning plan. Navy's latest master schedule estimates the remaining 3 plans will be submitted for regulatory review in the latter half of 2024 and early 2025. EPA and DOH will continue to work with the Navy to to identify opportunities to expedite this schedule. Once received, each element of the closure plan will undergo extensive review by EPA and DOH to ensure that the closure process will be carried out in a safe and expeditious manner while protecting public health and the environment. Plans will be approved once they meet regulatory requirements.
All right. So since the last November FTAC meeting, regulatory agencies have continued to be in regular contact with the Navy. Weekly meetings with the Navy Closure Task Force have provided EPA and DOH an opportunity to discuss concerns, request information, and ensure adherence to regulatory requirements. So as previously mentioned, the Navy provided an updating tank cleaning plan in December, and following multiple iterations of reviews and comments, the regulatory agencies provided conditional approval of the tank cleaning plan in January. Particular attention was paid to the removal of all sludge and waste materials from the Red Hill facility, and that it's handled and disposed of in accordance with all federal and state regulations. Mobilization for tank cleaning work is set to begin in April, with the actual cleaning of the tanks beginning this summer. So we are currently engaged in a similar review process with the tank cleaning verification plan. This document describes how the Navy will ensure that the tanks have been properly cleaned, and this proposed plan was provided to the regulators in January but has not yet been approved. EPA and DOH have provided comments and are asking the Navy to provide a verifiable testing protocol that will demonstrate that the tanks are free from any residual fuel and sludge, which we didn't see in the original plan. In addition to the submittal review, EPA and DOH staff have also participated in on-site tank cleaning spill response exercise, provided our concurrence on the beneficial reuse of the GAC effluent for the purposes of tank cleaning wash water. Next slide.
Upcoming work includes overseeing the removal of the remaining estimated 4,000 gallons of residual fuel and 900 gallons of AFFF. As described in the defueling update, Joint Task Force Red Hill removed the vast majority of fuel from the facility. All that is expected to remain is that estimated 4,000 gallons that can only be removed via destructive means, as to be described in the Navy's pipeline removal plan. DOH and EPA will continue to provide oversight. We're still requiring the Navy to create a more robust cleaning verification plan. In addition, the regulatory agencies will plan to have an on-site presence during tank cleaning and will be conducting post-cleaning inspections as well as the review of quality validation cleaning reports. This work will continue through 2027 when the Navy Closure Task Force estimates all tank cleaning will be complete. Later this year, we expect to receive the site assessment plan and pipeline deconstruction and removal plan. We will continue to review and provide comments on all Navy plans to ensure that the Red Hill facility is closed in a manner that will protect public health and the environment.
Okay, thank you. Now let's take some FTAC member questions. If you could again raise your hand, and I'll look also online for those who are participating. Ashley.
Okay, this question is about the tank ventilation step listed in the first step of the tank cleaning slide. And I believe that was also referred to as a concern in the latest CRI meeting, airing the tanks. So how great is the risk to neighboring communities? Because I live in Salt Lake, which is basically right next door. And Melanie lives in Wanaloa Valley. And to the Navy, like, how are you going to warn the nearby communities, which will be affected by the toxic fumes? And DOH and EPA, what are you guys doing to, since your job is to protect the public's safety and health, what are you guys doing to inform the public about that?
So like we did during the defueling phase, we've got air quality monitoring set up. There's no product inside the tanks anymore. So the ventilation step, and the ventilation's been done before. Every time we've done a clean, inspect, repair, you ventilate the tanks is the first thing you do. So no, the Navy does not expect there to be any issues or any impact. But that said, we're setting up the quality monitoring so that we can monitor to make sure that we are not, in fact, doing anything negative from a VOC standpoint. Okay, because my concern is, yes, it's good that you have monitoring things, but
when you're monitoring it and you're looking at it and you're going, uh-oh, it's kind of too late already to say, oh, we gotta pass an alert. We need to warn, everybody. And how do we do that? And then you need to have a system in place. Otherwise, you'll just be scrambling around and nobody will get the warning and will inhale toxic fumes. So, yeah.
Right, we'll have a notification process in place that we'll work out with EPA and DOH on how we notify based on wind conditions and things like that. But that'll be part of working with the regulators on a way ahead where we'll tabletop things out to where, or practice, do a tabletop exercise to kind of show, hey, if it happens this way, we can notify this way, and how's the best way to notify the community.
I would suggest those really shrill, like Amber Alert screeching alarms that sound off on everybody's
Right.
cell phones, or those false missile alert things, are ee, and very persistent. Yeah.
That's one of the things we can work with the state on for the notification process. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. I have other questions, but I'm sure.
Yeah, so the Department of Health is requiring an air monitoring plan. And we will be sending out that letter, as we mentioned, to the Navy.
Okay, any other questions from Ernie?
Yeah, thank you. I heard that there's going to be more plans or submitted from the Navy to the regulators. I'd like to just request that this is a request maybe both to the Navy and to the regulators, that as soon as those plans get submitted, if they can be posted and available to the community to review. And my big ask, and I've been asking now for a number of months, please no redactions. This facility is destined for closure already. It's practically empty. There's still stuff in it. There should be really no reason to redact information from these plans.
Okay.
I don't think this poses a national security risk. So no redactions.
Okay, Ernie.
I appreciate that. And then
You got that.
a question maybe for Admiral, I guess I forgot your name. You're actually sitting next to Steve. But
Mark.
Mark, sorry. Not to be disrespectful for your title, but Mark, you're going to use the 4-line, the flowable sludge and rinsate line. How large a pipeline is that?
4 inches, yeah, 5.
6 inches.
It's a 6-inch pipe, and it looks like it runs from the bottoms of each tank along the lower access tunnel and heads out to a above-ground tank outside of Adit 3.
Correct.
About how far is that? What is the distance?
Mile and a half, I'd say.
Mile and a half, so over 5,000 feet.
Correct.
Maybe 7,000 feet. Have you checked that pipeline for any leaks?
Yes, and it will be inspected weekly. So it went through tightness testing. The JTF had to get it recertified and go through. There were, and that will continue, right? So we'll have rovers and so forth. We'll do weekly checks. We know the importance of that line, and that, again, that same level of oversight that the JTF applied will apply throughout our tenure.
Is that pipeline, any portions of it buried, or is it above ground?
There is a section that goes through, there is a section that goes underground.
Okay, the underground portion, especially for that part, because if you have a leak or corrosion problems on that, how old is that mine?
Older than you and I, Ernie.
Well, I'm pretty old, but Mark, you're kind of young yet. That means that's an old steel pipe, I assume.
Yep.
So my concerns, and that's going to be carrying, I guess maybe residual sludge and rinsate, the simple green water mixture, which I estimate for cleaning all 14 tanks, it's going to be over 500,000 gallons of water, simple green mixtures. And my concern about the simple green, like you mentioned earlier, is a soap. And if it gets released into the environment and seeps down toward the water table below the aquifer, there's that unsaturated rock below the bottoms of the tank and the top of the aquifer. And there could be fuel hung up there, older fuels from the 80-year history of leaks over the 80-year history, and that soap could mobilize that and increase the amount of contamination. I think there are slides later from the regulators talking about the TPHO and the spread of the plume shortly after the event and recently. So I would say treat that rinsate water as hazardous.
Yes, sir. Correct.
And don't spill a drop. Account for every gallon used in each of the tanks and what you put into the tank 311, your waste accumulation tank. You know, handle that as carefully as you handle fuel.
Yes, sir.
Amen.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me go to Dr. Lau first. We get
Sorry.
everybody a chance.
Real short question, well, couple. The Flobo sludge tank that you said you're gonna save everything in and then separate it, is that the tank 311 you guys are talking about?
So 311 is where the 4-line will flow to, outside of Adit 3. And then
So-
from there, it'll be pumped into a tanker truck.
Okay, so I don't know where everything is, but with Adit 3, I guess I'm wondering, is it above or below the fuel injection line? Whatever you call that thing, the injection line you guys call it, Ernie?
It's above it. It's above it.
It's still within the Red Hill.
Red Hill facility, yeah.
But it's still over the aquifer, yeah, thank you. I don't know what the real term is. So can you put that somewhere else in case you do spill, unfortunately, that it won't be over the aquifer? It's below the injection line, is that what it's called, Ernie? The other concern or comment I have is that you've been doing TIRM, T-I-R-M, right? Tank inspection, repair, maintenance on the basis ever since hopefully the last 80 years on a rotation basis. So what you described is mostly TIRM plus a little bit more with the cleaner water, right? Because you got to get the tanks down to being totally clean as opposed to just taking fuel out. So how did the Navy handle the sludge before? I mean, it seems like you're trying to emphasize all the safety mechanisms put into place now that is mimicking Joint Task Force. But so what happened to it over all the last 80 years when you were rinsing it out and when you were getting up the sludge?
So let me answer the first part of your question. So 311 it has secondary and tertiary containment, and so we will continue to look at that and evaluate 311, continue to monitor it. We recognize the sensitivity there. With regards to what was done before clean, inspect, repair in recent history, they follow the same important procedures, right? Secondary containment, they captured the sludge the same way. So this is the contractor we're using to do, is the contractor that we had used in the past. They are, I would argue, the leaders in this type of work. And they have history in Red Hill in performing what was called clean, inspect, repair. Instead of clean, inspect, repair, we're now clean, inspect, and close. So there's a slightly nuanced, different at the end, but it's very similar work.
Okay. I think, Ashley, you had your hand up first. And before I'm still getting a buzz from that microphone that Ernie and Dr. Lau are using. I'm going to bring over this wireless one, swap it out, and hopefully this will make things better.
So just a real clarification, Admiral Williams, before that system was put in, I guess the 4-line was already there, and they used to empty and clean these tanks periodically. I recall that there was something called the oily waste disposal site, which was basically an unlined hole in the ground which this material was just dumped into. And it became a site for cleanup under the Federal Facilities Agreement of 1994. So I don't think the current practices was something that was done over 80 years. It was much worse in the past.
Correct. When I say recent history, I mean the last 5-10 years of working with Aptum and the contractor to do clean, inspect, repair.
Okay. Ashley?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just basically want to say I second what Ernie says about keeping track of that liquid mixture that you're using to clean the tanks. You could have one of those counters, that you use to say how many gallons you've defueled and keep a ticker up there on your site because, I sure want to know that every single gallon of that liquid ended up in the tanker truck. This is how many gallons is being used, and this is how many gallons is now currently in the tanker truck. So if you use 500,000 gallons, 500,000 gallons better end up in the truck, not a single gallon lost. So your motto is not a single drop, and also, public transparency. So yeah, I think that would be my suggestion anyway. And
Actually, just to speak to that point, the EPA has requested that the Navy submit a weekly account of how much water was used in the cleaning compared to how much water was recovered in their on-site, storage tank prior to disposal, hopefully to help ensure that no wash water was released to the environment.
right, and that's good because I want to see a real-time ticker on there, like on a website somewhere, like where I can access. Just go click. Oh, that's how many. That's right up to date, real time. And also that wastewater will be sent to an oil recovery facility where the oil will be separated from the water, right? And then the water will continue to be treated, right? What will happen to that water after it's treated? Is it what is it? Is it safe for anything, or is it just, it's still considered toxic, or how are you going to use it or dispose of it?
I'm going to phone a friend here. Milt.
Could you get the microphone, please? Thank you. And make sure it's switched on. It may not be. And introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Milt Johnston. I'm the Environmental Director for the Navy Closure Task Force. I was the gentleman that worked with the contractors, with the rest of the team, to develop the waste management plan. The plan is to take that material that comes out, take it to an oil water separation facility where the oil will be separated. They're going to recover that oil. They're going to sell the oil. The rest of the wastewater that is not oil will be going out for further treatment as a wastewater treatment plant and eventually be discharged.
Oh, but okay. But what happens to that water after?
It's discharged.
It's just discharged.
It's discharged after it goes through a treatment plant.
To the ocean. Okay.
Yeah, just like a sewage treatment plant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then on the pipeline removal slide, it says that the Navy will drain all residual fuel from the pipelines with robust containment measures prior to any removal. What are these robust containment measures? Are they the ones mentioned in your other slide about?
I don't know if there's a physical example, but you'll have pipeline wrapping, you'll have catchments, you'll have catchments inside of swimming pools, essentially, and then spill pads as well, so, to prevent any release to the environment.
Okay, and then one last one. The same slide also says the Navy's contractor will ensure proper disposal or recycling of the removed pipelines. And what specifically does proper disposal or recycling entail? And how are these contaminated pipelines properly disposed of or recycled in a manner that does not bring further harm to the environment?
The contractor, and we're working with higher authorities on this, but the contractor will take the pipes probably to a smelting facility. There's not a lot of those, and those will go back to chances are back to the mainland. So we're still working on that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, so I don't see any questions on line from our FTAC members. Just want to make sure, are we ready to move on? Great. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's turn it over now to the EPA and DOH. We're going to talk about site assessment for closure and the expectations.
Okay, thank you, Keith. So Joanna and I will again be giving an update to you all on our regulatory oversight of the site assessment remediation work that Navy is performing. Next slide. So EPA and DOH, we work together to oversee the work that the Navy is doing as required by EPA's 2023 consent order and DOH's emergency order. The oversight has been ongoing and will continue during and after defueling and closure. On the slide here are some links to where we're making documents available and sharing data, communicating risk information to the public. Next slide.
We're shifting from aquifer protection during fuel operations to assessment and remediation that's required by facility closure, while still continuing groundwater and soil vapor monitoring of contamination caused by past releases. The Navy will begin to remove sludge and fuel residuals, and the fueling of the tanks has removed the risk of catastrophic release. Please note that while the slide shows 50,000 gallons, The most recent estimate that we have is as much as 42,000 gallons of sludge may remain in the tanks. The DOH and EPA wrote letters to the Navy clarifying our expectations that the Navy's site assessment plan address all releases from the entire facility within and outside the Red Hill property boundary. The department's expectation letter outlined what is to be included in the site assessment plan to identify all present and historical releases from the entire underground storage tank system. This includes outlining what constitutes the underground storage tank system, how past and future assessment will be integrated, detailed sampling methodology, how the data gathered will be evaluated and presented, and an outline of subsequent steps the Navy will take to following completion of the site assessment.
So let's go back to the previous slide. In EPA's expectation letter, we outline, in addition to DOH's expectations, that the Navy provide a plan and a schedule for the entirety of what is defined as Phase 2 closure in our consent order. So beyond the first step, which is site assessment, also how they will be investigating the releases that are discovered through that comprehensive site assessment, and then remediation. DOH, EPA, and the Navy are currently participating in scoping meetings to clarify the scope of what Navy will be submitting to us in June this year. Next slide. Great, thank you. So we have in the next couple of slides a couple depictions to present the current state of the groundwater as shown in Navy data. So the first slide I have here is a couple indicator maps, and these maps show how frequently petroleum was detected in each well. So there's 3 red dots consistently in each of these figures, which shows the releases in 2014 as well as 2021. So the darker colors show more frequent detections of 3 types of petroleum: light, middle, and heavy, and the lighter colors show the less frequent detections. So although TPH is used as an indicator compound in these maps, the Red Hill investigation and sampling includes many chemicals associated with fuel and fuel additives. Next slide.
Thanks. This animation illustrates the maximum total petroleum hydrocarbon middle distillate range concentrations detected at each well during each calendar quarter since May 2021. Reds and yellows indicate higher maximum concentrations, and greens and blues indicate lower maximum concentrations. Next slide. This animation illustrates the maximum total petroleum hydrocarbon oil range concentrations detected at each well during each calendar quarter since May 2021. As you can see over time, the lateral extent of TPH in the area has fluctuated with an initial increase in size following the 2021 releases.
Okay, next slide. So here we wanted to provide an overview of current environmental ongoing activities that we are overseeing. There's a shallow soil vapor extraction pilot study that's currently scheduled to begin in April of this year, with a deep soil vapor extraction pilot study work plan that is currently under review by our regulatory agencies. We also continue to oversee the Navy's work to increase the Red Hill monitoring well network. We have coordinated closely with our expert stakeholders, including Board of Water Supply, USGS, and CWERM, to consider their input into where these wells should be placed. And we're currently reviewing the Navy's monitoring well installation work plan. Groundwater and soil vapor monitoring are also ongoing to investigate these previous known releases, and a letter requesting additional sampling in advance of Red Hill facility-wide PFAS investigation that the Navy has planned was sent last week. We continue to update subject matter experts, including, like I said, Board of Water Supply, USGS, and CWERM, about Red Hill environmental work and request their input when making site decisions. So we engage these stakeholders in bi-monthly Red Hill remediation roundtable meetings, as well as quarterly subject matter expert meetings where they're welcome to bring their expert contractors. These activities that we've described are expected to continue as Red Hill begins this additional environmental work that is required for closure. Next slide.
A comprehensive site assessment will identify potential releases from the whole underground storage tank system. There will be focused release investigations to define the magnitude and extent of releases from Red Hill. Some of these investigations might occur while the assessment to identify underground storage tank system releases continues. Following site investigation, the next step is to evaluate remedial alternatives and implement remedial actions.
Okay, thank you. So let me turn it over to Admiral Burnett or anybody from your team who would like to respond.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Captain James Sullivan again. So if we can go to the next slide. I know that this is a small slide. This slide is not intended to go over in great detail here. It's just to point out again the remediation schedule that we've talked about in previous FTACs, as well as what I utilize in many of the meetings when I update and talk about our remediation efforts. So this slide just shows the action schedule that started back in 2021. So all of the activities that have occurred really to date. If you start at the top, the blue boxes on the left, it just focusing on the monitoring and the sampling effort. That was what Allison was talking about and what was developed to utilize, or what was used to develop those heat maps that showed how the petroleum was quarter to quarter, what you could see within these monitoring wells. So we have 35 monitoring wells that we are continuing to test, 19 new monitoring wells we've drilled so far, but as the EPA and DOH said, we're still working with BWS, USGS, CWRM, as well as the regulators to identify any good future locations where we continue to expand our monitoring well network. A second block talks, blue block there, talks about the ADIT 3 site characterization. Those were all the efforts to identify where fuel might be as well as remove them. Third block talks about the remediation effort to include what Allison was just mentioning with the soil vapor extraction pilot that we're starting up here in the next month or so. Both the shallow as well as the deep, and the continued other pilots that we'll be interested in, whether it be thermotechnology or increasing the oxidation, anything that we can do to get after any fuel that may be trapped. What I'm going to do now is the bottom block underneath that third blue block is that long-term remediation, which has in parentheses the site assessment. So I'm going to turn it over to Admiral Williams, who's really going to dive deep into the current site assessment effort.
Yeah, and I think you guys stole the thunder on some of the things that we're going to be doing here going forward. But on the next slide, real brief slide, and I'll try to go through this very quickly. But first and foremost, we recognize this is a multi-year effort, right? And so the site assessment plan that is being worked, which will include details on site investigation, things that we'll be looking for, will inform sort of the long-range way forward, again, is under development and will be submitted in June of 2024. Ultimately, though, you know, as remediation efforts started in November, they're going to continue. We are looking, again, right now looking at the 80-year history. Where do we need to look? What do we need to look for? And identify anything and everything that could be in the realm of possible and investigate it. And those investigations will allow us to discover, analyze, and then identify a way forward. And that's what we're committed to doing. So won't belabor the point anymore than that. And now we're opening it up for questions.
Okay, before we get to the questions, I just want to make two very quick announcements or whatever. First of all the slides that you see today are online at the FTAC website, so you can always download those later. Second is for those who arrived after we started, if you plan on asking a question during the public comment and question period, please sign up in the sheet with Roxanne Kwan. Roxanne has got her hand up. She's in the very back. You don't have to do it right now, but please, before the break, make sure if you do want to ask a question that you sign up there. That's the only way we'll know. Okay, thank you. Let's take the FTAC member questions on site closure. Ashley.
Okay. My question is actually for DOH and EPA. So the DOH and EPA expect the Navy site assessment plan to address all the releases from the entire underground storage tank system over its history, including the ongoing ADIT 3 investigation and areas of the UST system within and outside of the Red Hill property boundary, correct? Will all of these releases be made available to the public to view with detailed information such as, but not limited to, the exact location and quantity of these releases? there's a strong implication that the answer will be a yes, because in the future environmental activities required for closure, it mentions that public participation will be involved in the corrective action plans to prepare to address releases. So how can the public participate, right, if we don't know the nature and extent of these releases, right?
So yes, as part of the Navy's site assessment, and the purpose of the site assessment, as Joanna explained in that last slide, is to do sampling across the site to identify where there have been releases throughout the entire UST system. And part of that assessment also includes identification of, historical releases at the site. So we expect when we see a report of the site assessment, and for it to also be included in the plan that they submit in June, what are some of the known releases to date and how they plan to move forward with the site assessment. And all that information would be posted to the public.
Okay, and I'm just curious, what is the nature of this public participation? Do we get to vote on these potential remedial options? Do we have any influence over what option is chosen? And if the DOH ends up choosing another option, regardless of popular public opinion, will a reason backed up by facts and data be given for the decision to trump a popular vote?
I will find a friend. This is Lauren Cruz from our Solid and Hazardous Waste Branch.
So the public participation, according to the Hawaii Administrative Rules 11-280.1, it typically includes the Navy will present their corrective action plan. The department will make their decision whether or not we agree or disagree. We'll present it to the public in typically a public meeting and in the newspaper, a 30-day comment period that then will outline what the department's tentative decision is, and then reflect comments. And then the department will typically answer any comments the public may have, and then will make their final decision. So the final decision is not final until through the public participation section.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, because it still sounds like, you guys have made up your mind already, but, just for show, have the public kind of say stuff. So I just was wondering how much sway we have in that final decision.
Ashley, thank you. We will take public participation. We'll look at the comments. We'll evaluate the comments. And based on the comments, we could agree or disagree, but we will respond to your comments. If we agree, we'll change it and probably have to go back out for public comment. Or if we disagree, you'll know why we disagree.
Okay, thank you. That's what I want to know.
Okay, any other questions from FTAC members? Ernie?
Yeah, I guess, when these reports get submitted to you for the preliminary assessment, the site inspection or site assessment, I want those made public and given to the stakeholders, especially the Board of Water Supply and the community, and completely unredacted, so we can make comments. We are happy to make comments on these reports. What you've been asking for is a complete life history of this facility, what has been released over its 80-plus years, where has those releases been, how they were handled. I just want to, though, ask a question related to your March 1st letter, request for additional PFAS sampling, which was released. We got a copy, I think, just recently, and I think it went on your website late Friday evening of last week. Can you explain what you're asking in the letter of the Navy?
So the Navy has planned to do a site-wide investigation of PFAS. We understand the time frame of that isn't until 2025 that they begin work on that remedial investigation. In the interim, EPA had requested that the Navy perform a baseline sampling across the Red Hill site so we know where PFAS is across their monitoring well network right now, not waiting until 2025. So the Navy had conducted that baseline sampling in September. They had provided the report for that baseline sampling in January, posted the information on the Safe Waters website to be available to the public. And EPA and DOH, in reviewing that data, we wanted to make sure that based on the baseline sampling event, that it was clear that there were, appears to be different areas of PFAS contamination at Red Hill, not just in the added 6 area where the November 2022 AFFF release was, but there were also detections around added 3. So therefore, in our letter, we've requested additional ongoing monitoring in advance of the Red Hill PFAS investigation that the Navy would be doing later on.
The additional monitoring you're asking for is every 2 months at all their monitor well locations? Is that clear?
Correct. So we had outlined a table in the back with the specific well locations by month.
Okay, and then there is a request here before disposing of the 2021 release fluid stored in the collection, hold, and transfer tank outside of Adit 3. Is that tank 311 that's connected to the 4 line? What is? Yeah, this is actually in the DOH EPA letter. Before disposing the 2021 release fluid stored in the collection, hold, and transfer tank outside of Adit 3. Seems like that was maybe related to the November 2021 event led to contamination of Red Hill Shaft. Sample its contents for PFAS using EPA method 1633. I just wanted to clarify, is that tank 311 or this is a different tank?
If you could use the microphone, please.
It's a different tank.
It's a different tank. And Admiral, are you folks going to provide that sample to the Department of Health and EPA?
Well, we're working with them right now. I'm working a response up, and but we are working to work with the regulators to get the information that they need, so we can so we can do an effective site assessment. Yes.
And just so I want to give the Department of Health and EPA a heads up. I'm sending a letter to you commenting on this letter that you sent to the Navy. And rather than performing bi-monthly or a sample for PFAS in the monitor wells every 2 months, I'm suggesting at minimum on a monthly basis and to start immediately. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If we can get Dr. Lau first before we go back. Thank you.
Sorry, it's just when you brought up the letter, it did sort of make me think that the letter had a tone of you are requesting, DOH and EPA is requesting the cooperation of the Navy. Could also be rejected request, or is it something that is going to be, I guess, mandated by law or something?
So this is a request because it is in advance of the investigation that is required for the Navy to do a site-wide PFAS investigation at Red Hill as part of their Joint Base Pearl Harbor PFAS investigation. So that is a requirement under Superfund. But we felt like after the baseline monitoring and the information we saw in terms of the low-level PFAS detections and where those detections were found, that additional monitoring was warranted so we could understand the trends, how this is looking in advance of 2025.
Dr. Lau, do you have a follow-on to that, or?
I'm sorry, I lost you in the verbiage. So is that a yes or no that this was going to be mandated or not?
So we will be making this request before we get the plan. And then once we have that, then we will be requiring them to do additional data sampling for the groundwater and soil. So mandated? I'm seeing nods. Yes.
Not mandated, is that what you just said?
Mandated.
Oh, mandated, okay. I guess the other corollary is I think you had a study where you asked the Navy to look at other areas on Joint Base Pearl Harbor, not just in the Red Hill area for PFAS. And are you also going to be requiring them to continue that study and remediate, et cetera?
I'm seeing nods from my team, yes.
Just to kind of follow up, I noticed in your letter to, so it's not going to be a request, it's going to be a mandated or an order ordering the military to provide this and to do these tests at all monitor well locations?
So I'm bringing...
Because right now the letter is stated as a request. And I don't want to put Admiral Barnett on the spot and ask him publicly. He's going to agree to this even though it's a request. But I'm asking the regulators, is this a request or is it mandated?
So introducing Grace Simmons, who is our Hazard Evaluation and Emergency Response Office Manager.
Grace, you might want to come down so you're more visible. Thank you.
As part of the process, we do work with our regulated community and request it. However, if we do not receive what we're requesting, there are options that we can follow and proceed through an enforcement route. And there are different options that we can proceed with, whether it's in an order or a consent agreement, that still has to be determined.
Grace, this is under CERCLA regulations, not RCRA?
It is under the CERCLA, the 128D Environmental Response Law, as well as the Federal Facilities Agreement.
So a question then, there's a mention of a remedial investigation report coming out next year, but was a preliminary assessment and a site investigation also accomplished already by the Navy at this facility?
I don't believe it's been done.
Because that is, I understand, what little I know of CERCLA, it starts with like a PA, an SI, and then an RI.
Correct. And Red Hill is part of the overall Superfund, Superfund designation. And so we will be looking at Red Hill as well as other military facilities connected.
Maybe I can ask the question of Admiral Barnett and Captain Sullivan. Is there a site assessment that has been done that includes the Red Hill or for the Red Hill facility under CERCLA?
I would have to, Ernie, CERCLA and those things are typically handled, because they're generally policy decisions. Those are handled by the senior folks back in Washington. I can find that out. I haven't, I don't have access or the insight into what CERCLA, what facilities have been looked at under CERCLA, but I can work to find that out.
Yeah, I appreciate that because, we're dealing with also the Army National Guard facility over in Pearl City Industrial Area, Waiava, and they went through the PA, the SI, and now they're going to move into the RI, the remedial investigation. So if this was under CERCLA, which it sounds like you're saying it was, because the Federal Facilities Agreement 1994 was under the CERCLA and state-related CERCLA regulations.
Yes, that's correct. And I think that, anyway, I don't want to be speaking out of turn, but we'll get back to you as far as what areas have been.
Yeah, I'm just seeking information because it looks like PFAS and PFAS-related or PFAS-related chemicals or chemicals containing PFAS was used at Red Hill longer than just the recent spill back in 2022 with the AFFF concentrate liquid. Because of the type of PFAS being discovered based on their baseline survey last September, included some of the older types of PFAS chemicals. Is that correct?
That's correct. We found legacy contamination from the older types of contaminants, PFAS.
And some of those locations were even away from the Red Hill facility, like over at the Leomano Military Reservation across Mauna Loa Freeway.
It's possible. I'm sorry, I don't know that specific information.
Okay, thank you. I think this is an issue that I would make sure that the regulators, in addition to all the fuel contaminants that are in the environment from this facility, we're dealing now with forever chemicals that are going to be regulated in the near future in the parts per trillion. Thank you.
Okay, that was a very lengthy discussion, of course, but it was very important content. Do you have any other really urgent questions asked before we can try to move on? Because I do know the next chapter is going to be very detailed, and I'm sure you'll have lots of questions.
I have a really brief question.
Please.
Okay, so on the site assessment process slide, of course, I know that everything here on that chart is pretty vague and ambiguous. I know it's a work in progress, and you still have to flesh things out. But, and I'm also aware that the remediation process would be expected to take place over a number of years. But I still don't feel comfortable with the fact that long-term monitoring is finite and it ends with the site closeout. So my question is, how would you determine at what point at which you end monitoring, and what indicators would tell you that the site is no longer worth monitoring?
So I'm going to phone a friend and ask Allison. That's really going to be the regulatory bodies that tell us when we're done.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, I was going to say there's no current plans to end monitoring the site in the near future. And I think it's going to be important as they continue through the site assessment, site investigation, and remediation process for the long-term monitoring to continue and for the network to continue to be expanded so it's robust and we have a good understanding of what the conditions are in groundwater.
Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no questions from the FTAC members online, I think we're ready to move on. Just a bit of a warning, this next chapter, this next set of topics will be probably a little longer than planned because of new information, very detailed information that will be presented. But let's start first with the response to complaints in the Navy's drinking water system. And I'd like to turn it over to somebody from, Captain Sullivan.
Hey, good afternoon again, Captain Sullivan. If we go to the next slide. So the intent of this presentation, I'm going to cover several items, as well as I'll be introducing you to someone much smarter than me to get into really the details of everything. So first, I'll cover a couple slides that talk about the status of the long-term monitoring, as well as talk about all of the complaints, any concerns that have been addressed, and then we're going to get into, and I'll apologize up front, a very detailed discussion that's going to talk about the low level of the TPH detections that we had across the system throughout period 7. The importance of going into that detail, we do not want to just cover, a very generic statement. We want to make sure there's been a lot of questions on this, and there's been a lot of folks that want to have a clear understanding, and really, we want to show all our math. This is what we found. This is the process that we went through. And this is the way forward. So that's why it is going to be a little bit more detailed and a little bit more time-consuming than was originally planned. Then I'll focus back on some of the actions that the Navy has, to summarize the actions the Navy has taken, as well as talk about what is the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Water Quality Plan going forward. If you can go to the next slide, please. So I know that this is a slide that many of you have seen in the past. This just covers the 2-year period that was the drinking water long-term monitoring. We are currently in period 7 of 7 periods, which was a 2-year program. We've conducted over 8,000 samples to date. It is important to note, in every single period, we test every medical facility, every school, every child development center in each of those periods. And at the completion of the 2-year period, which ends in March 2024. So this month we will be completing this overall 2-year period. 65% of the overall residents of Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam will have been tested during this long-term monitoring. If you look at the bottom right-hand corner, that is just the graphic to get to our website, the Safe Waters website. I know we've talked about that many times in the past, but we again continue to look at that site, to give us any feedback that you might have. I know in past settings, engagements, the DSIF, Board of Water Supply, have given us a lot of great recommendations of how we can continue to improve that website. So we are always open to that feedback. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this jumps into an issue that we've been talking about for the last several months. So this chart shows you that from period to period across the LTM for the last 2 years, the percentage of detections that we've had. While it's important to note, we have had no exceedances of the ISP, we are and have continued to have detections of TPH. Really, in period 6 is where it culminated in 60% of the period 6 samples resulted in a detection. Again, not an exceedance, but a detection. And so, obviously something that we wanted to dig into to understand what is going on. Admiral Barnett directed that we bring in all of the subject matter experts that we have in the Navy for drinking water, the Navy Medical Health Facility, the regulators, bring everybody together and try to figure out what could possibly be causing these TPH detections that seem to increase as we've gone through. You will note that on the far right, we are in period 7. We're already done 1,000 samples, and we have dropped back down to 19% of our overall samples that were taken from January 1st through the 16th of February had detections in it. Drastically a reduction, and we're going to get into the details of why that is happening and what we found in the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. So I want to start off by making it crystal clear that every single concern that we get, we take very serious. If a resident calls in with a medical concern, with a sheen that they are seeing in the water, with really any question or any concern, we will and have immediately reacted. But we had work to do to continue to improve what is our response for those actions. And I'll talk a little bit later about how we've adapted from what was a rapid response team really focused on making sure and finding out, is there any TPH, is there JP5, is there anything in the fuel in the house, the resident, that is causing a concern, and maybe not looking at the entire house to see if it's not this, what else possibly could it be? So we've changed that approach to make sure that we're looking at the entire house for all water quality, bacterial, biological, water heater temperatures. We'll talk about the premise plumbing investigation in some of the future slides. But just focusing on we want people to call if they have any concerns. Please continue to call the EOC, as well as I realize that there are some people that are still not comfortable coming to the Navy and have been going to the regulators. I ask that you come to the Navy, but if you're not comfortable, please continue to reach out to them, and they're getting us that information so that we can immediately address any concerns that you might have. Next slide, please. So actions taken to date. For the Navy, this is really a layered approach, just like everything else. The first one is compliance monitoring. Compliance monitoring of all drinking water systems is done across the world. The Navy, Board of Water Supply has their compliance monitoring. So we continue to do that outside of all of the long-term monitoring efforts that we've done as a result of the Red Hill crisis. The rapid response team that we put together has shifted now to the Water Quality Action Team, again, focusing away just from trying to prove that it's not TPH or JP5, and instead holistically look at that house and try to figure out what could be going on. The third one is improved communication. Again, that's been a goal that Admiral Barnett and Admiral Wade have been working for the last couple of years to continue to improve, and we are committed to following through with everything that Admiral Barnett said and following the actions of the JTF to continue to improve communication. Premise plumbing assessment. This was initially started with 10 residents in the water heaters, but we have continued to move forward with that, including dissecting a water heater to where we went to the house that had the highest TPH detection of all of the Joint Base Pearl Harbor water system. We took that water heater out, we cut it up, Department of Health and the EPA were invited to participate and to make sure that there was nothing unusual going on. We've documented that, and we've taken samples from that water heater that are currently being processed. Performing a root cause analysis. As part of the swarm effort, when we saw the trend and the increase of TPH detections in period 6, pulled again the SMEs, the subject matter experts, and they performed a root cause analysis to try to figure out what could be causing those detections, and that's what we're going to get into a couple of slides from now, those details. And then the final one is the development of what we call the EDWM, the Extended Drinking Water Monitoring Plan. This is the commitment that Admiral Barnett made several months ago, that when LTM expires at the end of March 2024, the Navy is not stopping our sampling. We will continue to monitor the system to ensure the safety of it, and that plan that we are calling EDWM, Extended Drinking Water Monitoring Plan, we're developing that right now, finalizing it with the regulators, and intend to begin implementation of that immediately at the completion of LTM at the end of this month. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Waldron. He is a drinking water subject matter expert, and he was one of the leaders of the swarm effort to get into a lot of details on the science of what we found.
Chris, before you start, just a reminder, if you're going to use an acronym for the first time, please say it out loud. Many people here are familiar with it because they follow this a lot, but some online and elsewhere may not be. Thank
I
you.
appreciate that. I'll definitely try to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Next slide, please. Water hydrocarbons. So thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. It's a very important topic, and I think it's been foreshadowed. I have quite a few slides, so I apologize for that. I will try to move through them quickly, but as a warning, there's quite a bit of chemistry, but I'm sure you will get through it together. So for some of you might have nightmares from chemistry class. I'll try not to recreate those here. So what are hydrocarbons? So hydrocarbons are comprised of carbon and hydrogen atoms. Okay, very simple in concept. There's just carbon and just hydrogen. But the unique part about it is that there are hundreds of different combinations of carbon and hydrogens that make up petroleum hydrocarbons. And they're just arranged differently. They're in shorter chains, longer chains, and they can also be assembled in rings. One of the key questions that I want to kind of address today, just as a baseline level, is, are all hydrocarbons total petroleum hydrocarbon, TPH, that acronym? And the answer to that is no. There are many sources of hydrocarbons. One of the primary sources of hydrocarbons that you see are indeed from petroleum. That's the one we know most about because we hear about it. It surrounds us in our everyday lives, right? So crude oil, JP5, gasoline, diesel, home heating oil, all of that, all those things that you're very familiar with, and then things that you're not. But what you might not be aware of is that there are naturally occurring versions of hydrocarbons. We call those biogenic, but essentially that's just saying that they originate from a mixture of organic compounds that are synthesized by living organisms. So some algae produce hydrocarbons, bacteria can produce hydrocarbons, etc. So when we talk about hydrocarbons and we talk about TPH, we have to dig a little bit deeper in terms of what are we actually speaking about? What are we discussing? What are the things that we're analyzing? Because we use it as a general term, and oftentimes what happens is that there ends up being confusion about what it is. There's also another form of hydrocarbon that's formed by combustion. We call those pyrogenic, so associated with combustion. So, and here's where, us as scientists, I don't think that we've done ourselves the greatest favor in terms of this. The method that we use to analyze for hydrocarbons is called method 8015, but the title of it is total petroleum hydrocarbons. But the method is not specific to total petroleum hydrocarbons. It will actually return petroleum hydrocarbons, naturally occurring hydrocarbons, biogenic. It will also return pyrogenic. It's not specific. So we call that a non-specific method. Unfortunately, the name is kind of a misnomer. So you'll hear people talk about results and they'll say, well, the result is TPH. It's total petroleum hydrocarbon. Well, that's what the lab says. That's what it says on the actual printout. But in fact, that isn't exactly what it is. It can be, but it can also include these other things. So that becomes more important as we talk later. So just want to make sure that folks understand that. It is confusing because of the terminology, but that's a baseline thing that I want everybody to be aware of. One of the other things that's been brought up here is that as part of the drinking water investigation effort that was associated with the Red Hill release and then following that with long-term monitoring, we also sampled for indicator compounds, and I think those were brought up earlier by EPA and DOH. We looked for other individual compounds that are unique or indicators of fuel, so things like benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, xylene, those were all tested for individually. We also tested for naphthalenes, 1,2-methylnaphthalene, and other constituents. And those are key constituents because they represent a significant component of TPH. So if we're actually talking about fuels, gasoline, or jet fuel, those are compounds that you would typically expect to see individually as well as this overall method. Okay, so again, are all hydrocarbons TPH? Well, you saw in the previous slide, the quick answer is no. So I just wanted to give you kind of a pictorial here. So one of the things that we do when we ship these off to the lab, and this is a bit of chemistry, is we get a chromatogram, okay? And that's what these pictures are that you see up in front of you right now. And it's a chart, essentially. And what it does is we put the sample into an instrument, and then it separates the individual compounds in that sample into different peaks that come out on the instrument, okay? Ordinarily, when we do this, we're only looking at a single compound. So like with benzene, we're just looking for one peak. And the way that we can tell whether or not it's benzene is where it comes out on this x-axis, the bottom part of that, there's a time, right? And benzene will come out at a specific time, and if we had a peak, then we know, hey, we've got benzene. It's a little bit more complicated, and it's a lot more complicated with petroleum hydrocarbons, or hydrocarbons in general, is that there are hundreds of them. And so instead of getting a single peak, we get multiple peaks. So you can kind of think of this like a fingerprint, okay? Where we do pattern matching. We're looking for similarities and differences in patterns when we look at hydrocarbons. So I wanted to give you a couple examples. So what does diesel look like? Now this is a neat, meaning it's a relatively fresh diesel, and it gives us the first chromatogram, which is at the top. And you can see it's got a variety of different peaks in that go around. It comes out relatively early in the overall x-axis, so it's closer to the left-hand side. You can see that, it's not as far out. The next one is a manufactured gas plant, tar. So this is another petroleum hydrocarbon. You can see it has a different pattern. It's distinctly different than the diesel pattern above it. It has fewer peaks, and it's spread out longer over the entire axis. Go down, the next one, we've got lube oil. That's a heavier hydrocarbon, which means that it typically has more carbons and more hydrogens involved in it, and it comes out later. So same y-axis and same x-axis there. It doesn't have a lot of the lighter fractions, which would come out earlier. It's going to wait, and then it comes out later, and so you can see kind of that hump with some peaks there towards the end. And then the last one I put up there is just an example of biogenic matter. So this is plant and bacterial, and you can see where it comes out later in the run there on the chromatogram, and then it's got a series of peaks, and it looks different. So again, key take-home message is that not all hydrocarbons that are returned by the TPH method are actually petroleum-related. All of these would be quantified under a TPH method, even though they're not all total petroleum hydrocarbons. So this is I'm trying to kind of give a simplified explanation. It gets way more complicated than this when we talk about weathering, which is a process that can change how these footprints look like over time. In addition to this, other organic compounds, non-petroleum compounds, can actually come out on a TPH run. So it's a head scratcher, but it's another example of this, a non-specific method to try to identify and screen for the presence of hydrocarbons. Next slide. So I wanted to just kind of touch on briefly about what are we seeing. So we've seen historically over the long-term monitoring period, we have seen low-level detections of TPH, so total petroleum hydrocarbons. Again, is that petroleum? Is that biogenic? Is it pyrogenic? That's a question. So all we have is the TPH measurement from the lab. The vast majority of those detections have been between the method detection limit and the method reporting limit, okay? And I'm going to explain why that matters. But upwards of 70%, we're still collecting samples of the results of the detections have been between the method detection limit and the method reporting limit. So a little bit of background on this. The method, let me put it this way. So one of the things I think if you are a fan of CSI and watch on TV, you know, they can go in, they go into the clean room, they inject the sample, and within, 5 minutes, they get a result. And it takes longer in real life, right? In order to do the science at the levels that we're talking about, part per billion, part per trillion, it takes a little bit of time in order to do that. But there's a concept that a lab can detect zero, okay? We can't detect zero. That's a hard concept. The lab cannot tell you if it's exactly zero. So what it can tell you is what the detection limit was. How far could they go down before they can't tell anymore? So it's kind of like having, and you may have heard me say this example before, some of you, is taking your cell phone and taking a picture and you zoomed in, right, and you've got something way out in the distance that you're trying to see. At some point, you can't zoom in any further. It gets blurry, right? You can't see beneath that. That analogy applies to a lab. They get to a certain level, and then they can't differentiate between the noise of the instrument and whether or not it's actually there. So they set that as a method detection limit. That's kind of the floor. So for the TPH data, our method detection limit is typically 50 micrograms per liter. That's 50 parts per billion. Okay? It's very, very low. That's a very sensitive number, especially for a TPH method. Our method reporting limit is typically between 75 and 80. So a method reporting limit is the level that the lab actually has high degree of confidence in not only what they've identified, but also in what the concentration is, okay? So typically when we look at data, we typically focus mostly on the method reporting limit because that's a legally defensible number. That's there. The lab will say, yeah, and we have confidence in the concentration. So we have 70% of our numbers that are detections that are between 50 and 70. So they're in this area where it's starting to get blurry as to what it is. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that it couldn't potentially be petrogenic TPH. What I'm saying is that whenever we see a detection, especially down at that level, we have to do more investigation as to what that might be. Is it petrogenic, meaning is it petroleum related? Is it biogenic? Is it potentially pyrogenic? Or could it be something associated with what's going on in the lab? So at these levels, at these low levels, all of these things that we talked about in terms of complicating factors become more of an issue because we're pushing this limit, this analytical method to its limit, all right? So I'll talk more about this in terms of kind of what that means in terms of overall significance. All right. So what I'm going to show is a few slides after this slide. If you go to the next slide, please. Thank you. What I'm going to show after this slide is just some spatial maps, so some geographical maps that you might have seen. I think EPA, with some of these figures I took from EPA's presentation the other day, that'll show locations of where we've seen some of the detections. But I wanted to give some context to what you're going to see on these figures. So one of the first things is over 12 billion gallons, and that's billion with a B, of water from Guayaba Shaft have moved through the system over the LTM period. Okay, so that LTM started in about March of 2022, and we're now going on to about 2 years. That corresponds to about 20 million gallons per day on average through the entire system. So we have a lot of water flowing through this system continuously. And this is after the emergency response, when all zones had been flushed and sampled and cleared, and the health advisory had been lifted for the entirety of the system. So that's in addition to that. All TPH detections that we've seen or have been below the incident-specific parameter of 266. That's an important point, but that's not the focus of my discussion. I'm actually focused on the lower level results. Okay, what does that mean? The majority of detections, as I said, are between 50 and 80. This is pushing the method to its limits. It was never really intended to go that low, and I'll talk about that a little later. So on the figures that you'll see, so we see similar trends in terms of the TPH detections amongst all 19 zones. So those of you may be familiar, and I think many of you are, the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam system was divided up into 19 individual zones, really from a management perspective to try to make it easier to understand the data. They're geographically located, and it would give us a way of being able to monitor and measure what was going on out there. So we're seeing a similar distribution of these detections in all zones. The detections are typically bracketed, meaning there'll be a detect, and then we'll have a non-detect, and then maybe a detect somewhere else, and then non-detects all around it. So there's no geographic cluster, if you will, of detections or anything like that, and that's really important. Two other points are that there are similar detections and trends observed in zones that did not receive drinking water from the Red Hill shaft during the November 2021 Red Hill release. So there was hydraulic modeling that was done that has been reviewed and submitted to EPA and had been approved. And it shows that, for example, and you'll see on a figure where you've got Pearl City Peninsula, which is straight down from the Wyava shaft, it didn't receive water from Red Hill during the release. Just hydraulically couldn't happen. And I'll give you a little bit more information on that. At the time of the Red Hill release, Wyava shaft, the Navy Aiea-Halava shaft, and the Red Hill shaft were operating. Wyava provided about 74% of the 20 million gallons per day that was coming down into the system. The Navy Aiea-Halava was around 1% and change, and the Red Hill shaft was at about 24%. So based on flow, you can't have water that's going to flow uphill in the system to the Pearl City Peninsula. So it's really important to note that. So we've got, we call it A1 or Pearl City, A2 is Ford Island, B1 is McGrew, Halawa, and G1 Camp Smith. Okay, and I'll show you some of those on the figures. Second thing is that we saw similar trends and detections of TPH through all the LTM periods, and including period 6 and period 7, in zones that were protected by granular activated carbon. So some of you may or may not know that after the Red Hill release, the Army installed inline granular activated carbon vessels that basically all the water from Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam has to pass through prior to distribution to the residences within that zone, within those zones. And so those zones are what we call H1, H2, H3. Those are the Ala Moana Military Reservation, and then I-1, which is Red Hill. Okay, so all of that water is treated. And so the significance of that is, as you may know, is that the GACs will remove all organics from the water. That includes TPH. It'll also remove chlorine. It'll remove lots of different things. And yet we're still seeing the same pattern of detections in those zones. So let me show you some pictures to show you that. Okay. Thank you. So LTM period 5. So I didn't go through every period. I just kind of have 5 and 6. I think you've seen some slides with those. So what this slide shows is, one is the yellow dots are concentrations less than 150 micrograms per liter. There are also non-detects that are in those. And then there is a red dot that shows you a concentration greater than 150 micrograms per liter. The main thing is that you're seeing a similar distribution across the zones, okay, here. And that'll become more apparent on the next slide. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is LTM period 6. So this was, just so that you know, the period was a 6-month period of sampling between June 2023 and through November 2023. So the main take-home messages from this, just in terms of observations, as you see, first off, is that we do have a larger number of red dots at concentrations greater than 150 micrograms per liter, so parts per billion. Those red dots, as you can see on this figure, are in all of the zones on the site. Now, I have the zone outlines on there, but unfortunately, the color is kind of muted. You can't really see them. So what I'll do is point out a couple. So up here, if if you go up and look at the top at A1, which is called out, you'll see the yellow dots, and then we've got a couple of red dots in that zone. Now, that's a zone that's right off of Waiava Shaft, right, that's coming down from up north of that. And yet we've got, you know, a red dot in that area. If you go over to the east side to H1, H2, H3 and look there, you'll see that we've got corresponding red dots in those zones. Now, those zones are the zones that are behind the inline GACs. So all of the water from Joint Base has to go through those GACs before it's distributed to these homes, these residences. Okay? Same thing if we look at I-1 is up there, and then G1, which is up to the top of the figure, also has those. That's not protected by GACs, but it's water that was provided from Waiava Shaft. So the important part of this is if you look at this and look at some of the other areas down towards the kind of the central part of the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam network, you can see that we've got a similar pattern of distribution. Now, these areas are areas that probably got 50, 75% of their water from Red Hill during the release period. And then obviously after the shaft was secured, they've gotten all their water since then and during LTM from Waiava. We're seeing similar distributions there. So, you know, let's say, for example, somebody say, well, what if it's from Waiava? You know, is Waiava impacted? If we actually had results of TPH in the Waiava shaft, we would expect it to see A1 be one of the most significantly impacted areas because it's the closest zone to Waiava, okay? And then you would see a decrease as it moves away. So the way that contaminants are going to move and migrate, if you have a release point, you're going to see geographic clusters and relationships. They get blurrier as they go away, but you wouldn't see kind of this sporadic random pattern of some higher concentrations bracketed by lower concentrations right in the same street, right in the same neighborhood over and over again. The other thing I wanted to talk about is that there's some comments and thoughts about, well, it could be buildup in water heaters or some sort of accumulation. That isn't borne out by the data either in terms of this. I mean, we'd be looking at similar patterns within certain areas, geographic areas based on construction type, based on age of the water heater, but also based on the nature of the contaminant. The contaminant is going to flow, okay? It's not heavier than water, it's lighter than water. And we're also talking about, and this gets kind of technical, but we're talking about concentrations where TPH is going to be dissolved in water, primarily. We're not talking about having floating product on top of the water, okay? And so with that, we would see a different pattern. We're not seeing that. Okay, next slide. All right, so what did we do? What did we do with that? So on January 29th, I flew out, met with a team of interagency experts. We had over 20 people were here from Navy, we had Army, we had EPA, we had DOH, we had people from the industry. All of us, some of us were in the same room. We had a bunch of folks that were on teams. Some of the folks here in the audience today were participating in that. We had a weeks-long set of discussions every single day, and we've had numerous discussions since then as we continue to kind of follow and track and evaluate this. So by no stretch of the imagination, and was it just me? I guess I got the lucky straw, and I'm here today to kind of brief this out. There was a lot of people that were involved in that room from a variety of different technical backgrounds. Many of those folks had not been involved in Red Hill at all. So they brought an entirely fresh perspective to our discussions. And our task, our charge was very simple. To start with a clean slate and determine the root cause of the increase in frequency of low-level detections of TPH. That was it. There was no other direction given to us as a team. Figure out what's going on. Use the best science, challenge all of the thoughts and ideas that you might have, but open it up. Let's figure out what this is. And so we did that. We rolled up our sleeves, we dug in, and we did a lot of work in a short amount of time. One of the things I want to emphasize before I kind of get into this in a little bit more detail is that we are developing a tech memo to document this in progress. So again, trying to be open and transparent about what's the data that we have, all of which came from the Safe Waters website. So all of this is out there. But then what did we do with it? What did we look at? What's the results of our analysis? That will all be shared.
Chris, if I could just, we're running drastically over time, so if you could be a little more succinct, talk about the direct points you want to make, that will help everybody understand better, and hopefully we'll be able to have more time for questions. Thank you.
So we looked at a variety of different root causes, and you can see them listed on the screen. A couple of the ones that I wanted to talk about, just mention, is that TPH in the Waiaba shaft source water is added potential, regulated disinfectant byproducts, residual JP5 in the system, and so on and so on. So we looked at 12 or 13 different root causes, at least in terms of what's documented here, but we actually discussed more than that. So what we ended up with was, it appeared to be more of a systematic effect in terms of the concentrations that we were seeing and the distribution. And so that led us to a laboratory method challenge, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. Next slide, please. So the hypothesis that we were evaluating is that the low-level detections at TPH during LTM are most likely associated with really two things. One is laboratory challenges to quantify TPH to the method detection limit. Okay, so what do I mean by that? As you push that detection limit lower, it becomes more challenging for the laboratory in terms of trying to minimize cross-contamination. Okay, so within the lab, they share glassware, they wash it, they clean it, they're using different solvents. All of those are the potential for introducing low levels of contamination. In addition to that, one of the things we also came upon was there's a method challenge. And the method challenge is the interaction of residual chlorine in the drinking water samples with reagents that are required by the method to analyze the samples. And so I will talk about that in detail. And so that's really my focus today, is to give you the baseline on this in terms of that information. There are also other supporting lines of evidence. We just didn't just look at the lab. We looked at a lot of other things, but I'll talk about that today. One of the points I want to emphasize is that the validity of the method is not in question. So 8015 is a good method for what it's intended for. The method was not intended to test drinking water samples, especially at these low levels, okay? It is typically used on waste samples, wastewater, soil, with much higher TPH concentrations. And so the impact of that is we're pushing the limit to its actual limits, pushing the methods to its limits, and with that, we've got to do a little bit more homework in terms of just looking at a number. One of the things that we had as an issue, just for background, is that we had a similar issue pop up with TPH gasoline, for those of you that were involved in the emergency response in the first phase of LTM, where we had some low-level detections appear with TPH gasoline that we had never seen before. And it turned out it was caused by a reaction between chlorine and one of the internal standards in the method. And we evaluated that, documented that in conjunction with EPA and DOH, and then we took corrective action with the laboratory to have them change one of the reagents. So this is not necessarily unusual with this, applying this non-drinking water method to drinking water. Next slide. So more chromatograms. I'm going to show a couple of chromatograms after this. This is a chromatogram that shows on the left gasoline range hydrocarbons. And so if you look at kind of the left-hand side of the slide, there's a title up above it. And it comes out first because it's more on the lighter end. All right? There are fewer carbons involved in gasoline. It's more volatile. Typically will elute or come out first. and then diesel will come out after that because they're heavier than the gasoline range. So those are just giving you kind of a visual. One of the things a key message from this is that there have been no petroleum patterns in the chromatograms observed in long-term monitoring. So we haven't seen any patterns that match or resemble petroleum, whether that's JP5 or other petroleum products. And we're not just looking at JP5, collected under the LTM program. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a side-by-side comparison of showing the impact of chlorine on the exact same sample. And so you're seeing two chromatograms, one on the left and one on the right. The chromatogram on the left, and this is from an actual field sample from zone H3. The chromatogram on the left shows the standard sample that was collected in the field. So that means we collected the sample and it was submitted to the lab and they analyzed it. And so you can see on that, and I think, Lieutenant, if you can kind of go to the chromatogram that's on the left-hand side, if you can see that. So what I wanted to show in the chromatogram is that we have a solvent front, which is in the blue box, and that's what's used to extract the sample. So you get a solvent front that comes out. It's methylene chloride. Okay, it's not part of the sample. It was added by the lab in order to extract that. Then we see 4 peaks, and I've identified those. Those 4 peaks are pretty small, but we've seen that characteristically on almost every sample from Red Hill, during the LTM program. If you move to the right, you'll see a green arrow. It's called a surrogate. This is another compound that's added to the sample by the lab. So they spike the sample with it, and it comes out. And it's kind of like a marker. It's like a roadmap. It says, hey, this isn't part of the sample, but when it comes out, it should come out at a certain time. Right? Remember I said it's time dependent? So it should come out at a certain time, and we're going to have a big peak because we put a lot of it in there in order to make sure that it's clear. And then after that, we get some additional peaks that are formed. All right, so as we looked at this, we said, hey, what's going on here? Well, on the right-hand side is the same exact sample, but what we did is we quenched the sample. So quenching is adding a compound, usually it's sodium thiosulfate, but it could be others, to neutralize the chlorine that's in the samples. Chlorine is electrophilic, it's got a negative charge. It will react with things in the sample and things that are added to the sample. So when we quench the sample, and this is typically done when you look at drinking water methods, Board of Water Supply runs them, any drinking water method, they will have quenching in that, okay, for organics. 8015 being a non-drinking water method, we did not quench the samples because it's not called standardly by the method. Okay, we can talk about that later. The take-home message is if you look at this, you'll see I've got 2 circles on the right. The quenching eliminates those. And so what is that? Well, what we determined is that the chlorine is interacting with the surrogate. So on the right-hand side, the surrogate is O-terphenyl, and the halogens are in the chlorine are reacting with the O-terphenyl, and it's creating those what we call ghost peaks. Okay, so on the left-hand side we had them, on the right-hand side we don't. So chlorine in the sample reacting with the surrogate. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. All right, so this is the same sample, but what I wanted to do with this slide is say, okay, well, there's going to be a question about, well, how do you know that it's the quenching, right? That's the issue. It's the interaction. I'm saying that for us in terms of take-home messages, you got the surrogate and you've added this quenching agent to it and it's removed it. But what if you don't quench it and you just take the surrogate out? Do those peaks disappear? That's what this slide shows. The slide on the left is exactly the same. It's the original sample, unquenched. You saw it on the previous slide. I've just put it on here just to show you. What we did was we ran that sample. We didn't quench it, but we also didn't add the surrogate, okay? The important part of this is that you see that we still have the same 4 peaks the tiny peaks. Now, those disappeared when we quenched previously, okay? But we didn't quench this time, so they still appear. But the circle there would be right after where that surrogate was, disappears. So again, the reaction, how does this reaction work? Well, if we take away the chlorine, we don't see the peaks. Or if we take away the surrogate and the chlorine is still in the sample, we don't see the peaks, right? You got to have them both. So this is what confirms that we're having a reaction between the surrogate. And why is that relevant? Is it happens in this low-level range, and those peaks would be identified as TPH, even though they're not. Again, being a non-specific method, the TPH results are going to show as TPH when in fact what it was a reaction in that case with those. Ordinarily it wouldn't matter because they're at such low levels, right, within a sample, a typical sample that we would run. One of the other things I want you to understand is, and it's really important, is this does not quench or remove JP5 or petroleum if it were actually in the sample. Okay? So if there's actually JP5 or petroleum in the sample, this isn't going to affect it whatsoever. And we can demonstrate that and have demonstrated that by doing what we call matrix spike samples, where we take a sample in the field, we spike it with a known concentration of JP5 or other fuel, and then it's shipped to the lab. The lab analyzes it, does all those steps, and then we can compare the result. How much did we put in? Did it get quenched out? No, we can compare what the response is and show empirically that that's not going to have any impact on actual TPH or fuels that are in the samples. That's a really important point. All right, this is, believe it or not, my last slide. I'm trying to push it forward. So TPH detections and lines of evidence. So just a little bit more chemistry. So I wanted to summarize again, were any petroleum signatures observed in the samples collected during LTM? And the answer is no. We've evaluated the petroleum signatures. While we have low-level concentrations of TPH being reported by the method, again, the method's not specific to just petroleum. We're seeing some lab artifacts, as we call them, in those samples. Method 8015 is a valid method, and the results that we've had to date are still valid. Okay, they are low-level detections based on the method, but they're really overestimates. In a sense, you could call them false positives. Okay, so we've seen them. They appear to be, based on all the information that we got, that they're associated with an interaction with the surrogate. They're not actually petroleum related, but they're essentially false positive. There's an overestimate. And what I would say is you can't just take a TPH result from method 15 and just run with it. A lot of times what we want to do is say, hey, I got this number, it's 100, and I want to do a comparison and say, what is that? With 8015 with TPH, you actually have to dig a little bit deeper, especially at these levels, and try to figure out what is actually making up that result, since it's not specific to just petroleum. And that's one of the things that we're doing as we move forward. So going forward, the lessons learned, what we're proposing and going forward into the EDWM is adding a quenching step to method 8015. So we collect the samples, we'll quench them just like we do every other drinking water method sample that we collect, and we'll run them through those. We're also proposing to include a step which is called microextraction. Microextraction, what that does is it minimizes the contact in the lab. So glassware, gloves, solvents, all that stuff is minimized in order to help minimize the potential for any sort of cross-contamination in the lab, all of which can be documented. Doesn't mean the lab's not doing a good job by any stretch of the imagination, but as you push these levels down, you can see that those things come up. I mean, one of the things is, for folks, is even the gloves that are used in the lab contain fatty acids which will pop up in an actual analysis for TPH. We are adding multiple additional layers of quality assurance, quality control, so we're going to increase the number of blanks. I talked about matrix spikes and matrix spike duplicates. We're also going to include blind performance samples. So those are samples that will spike in the field with known concentrations of JP5 fuels and submit to the lab, and the lab will not know what they are. Okay? They will have no idea what it is. That's just another sample come in, and we should be able to evaluate those results. If we spiked it with 500, we should be getting somewhere near 500 on the outside when the lab analyzes it. And so that's another QA/QC approach. And then lastly, for TPH detections, we're adding a very detailed set of steps to determine the origin of the detections. And we'll have SOP for that, but is it petroleum? Is it pyrogenic? Is it biogenic? Is it potentially lab contaminant reacted or reactant? All of those things are just an additional layer of analysis in evaluating these results. And with that, over to you, sir.
So next slide, please. I will go very quickly through these last two slides. The extended drinking water monitoring plan that we've laid out, this is, again, what will follow LTM when it ends at the end of this month. So this plan will be a 12-month plan. In LTM, we had 19 zones. We have 20 in this. Manana housing was not included in the LTM. It was not on the Navy distribution system at the time of Red Hill crisis. But we've identified that there are still concerns because it is on the Navy drinking water system now. So we have added that back into the extended drinking water monitoring. As Chris and as well as Allison had talked about, the focus on indicator compounds, you know, that the ISP, while it is an important screening tool, it's not a level, it's not something that we can absolutely stand on. This is the line. So instead, the focus is going to be on those JP5 related analytes. For LTM, we got 65% of all residents. The goal of EDWM is to get the other 35% of those residents that had not been tested in the past LTM periods. This will be broken up over 12 periods, 12 one-month periods, and in each of those periods, we will be testing all CDCs, child development centers, as well as schools as part of that. And then at the end of that, it's still to be determined. It is going to be condition-based, and there will be follow-on discussions for, at the end of this 12-month period, what happens then. So that's still to be determined. Next slide, please. The last thing I want to do is just reiterate again some of the items that we've talked about today. The Water Quality Action Team, that focus moving from, if anyone has a concern, we will go out to your house right away. We will take samples, but we will look at more than just determining is it JP5, is it TPH related, look at the rest of your systems as well. Compliance monitoring, as we talked about, will continue just as it does for BWS and all other water purveyors. Extended drinking water monitoring program that I just discussed on the last slide. We will obviously also continue with our normal drinking water operations and maintenance that's required for all water purveyors and all water systems. And then, of course, the medical monitoring and the Red Hill Clinic to make sure that any concerned family members and those that are affected, even outside of the military family, are able to get the treatment that they need. So thank you very much for your patience as we went through what is a lot of detail. I know that we got into the science, we geeked out, but we want to make sure that we have the opportunity to show all of those details and not just touch the surface, the wavelengths, the wavetops, but actually let you see the science that goes into the approach, as well as give you the opportunity to challenge us. If there's something we're missing, if there's something that's wrong, we look forward to that feedback as we continue to move forward with the commitment to ensure that the water is and remains safe to drink. Turn it over.
Now let's switch quickly to the investigations, and first EPA.
Okay, so for this presentation, we'll be turning to Corinne Lai and Chris Chen on the Zoom.
Thank you. Thank you, Allison. My name is Corinne Lai, and I'm with the EPA Region 9 office out of San Francisco. And I've been pretty much working on Red Hill since the incident back in November of 2021. I'm going to turn it over first to Chris Chen. He is one of our seasoned inspectors in our Enforcement and Compliance Assurance Division to talk about what EPA has done under its own kind of investigation, both from October of last year and a recent visit in February. Chris. And I believe there are a set of slides. If those are, please, if someone can bring those up, that would be great.
Thanks, Corinne. Yeah, I have one slide. I can wait and see if we can get it up. One or two back.
There should be a total of 3 slides.
So do we need to go back a slide or two?
Yeah.
Yes, just back 1 slide.
There we go. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Chris Chen, and I'm a drinking water inspector for EPA Region 9. So I'm here today to discuss the EPA Drinking Water Complaints Investigation Report. So after we learned of a batch of complaints during the week of October 16th, 2023, on October 19th, I interviewed 5 residents served by the Joint Base Pearl Harbor-Hickam Public Water System to understand their drinking water concerns and evaluate the Navy's complaint response process. Of the 5 residents, 4 of them also expressed an interest in receiving sampling to be collected pursuant to the Drinking Water Long-Term Monitoring Plan, which has been discussed throughout today. The long-term monitoring plan requires sampling for a suite of contaminants, and as we've discussed, includes measuring total petroleum hydrocarbons. 3 of the 4 homes that were sampled by the Navy had TPH detections in the 50 to 70 parts per billion range, and the most common reported symptom from those I spoke to was skin irritation or rashes, which the residents believed were connected with showering or bathing. So the final report was released in December 2023 and included a handful of recommendations for the Navy to consider. First was to improve communication with residents by training representatives to appropriately engage with the residents. Second was to consider the development of a one-page document that includes the most important information to ensure that residents all receive the same essential information. The report also recommends further investigating the root cause of the TPH detections, the machines, and the symptoms. And lastly, the report also recommends considering the provision of alternative water to residents while waiting for the results or for an investigation completed at the home. So that is a summary of the October report, and then from February 14th to the 16th, I interviewed an additional 13 residents after we received another batch of complaints in February of 2024. Of the 13 residents, 8 had their drinking water provided by Joint Base Pearl Harbor-Hickam, and 5 were served by the Alimanu Military Reservation's public water system. And another report is forthcoming and has not yet been finalized. End of my report. So I'll pass it back to you, Corinne. Thanks.
Thanks. Could I have the next slide, please? So I wanted to talk a little bit about how TPH interacts with the Safe Drinking Water Act. And by and large, the Safe Drinking Water Act and its implementing regulations are very, very, very prescriptive, as you would expect, because it is focused on ingestion and protection of public health. EPA has established standards or maximum contaminant levels for over 90 constituents in drinking water. And when we do that, we also include approved analytical methods that are specific for drinking water and identified appropriate best treatment. We have established standards or maximum contaminant levels for a number of chemicals that are found in or were formerly added to petroleum products, and those include benzene, ethylbenzene, ethylene dibromide, toluene, and totoxylenes. When we establish MCLs, we establish them as close as is feasible to the level at which there is no adverse effect to the health of the persons, with an adequate margin of safety pursuant to what's the intent under the Safe Drinking Water Act. And again, when water systems exceed these measures or these standards, they must take action to reduce those levels of contaminants, including treatment or obtaining a new source of water. As discussed earlier by Chris Waldron with the Navy, total petroleum hydrocarbon represents a broad, complex class of hundreds of hydrocarbons. Petroleum hydrocarbons is a complex mixture with wide-ranging physical and chemical properties that are subject to change when released to the environment. And to some degree, Chris's previous mention to kind of how it weathers when it goes into the environment. EPA would need national level occurrence data and health effects for a contaminant or a grouping of contaminants and other information in order to inform and to really move forward with a national regulation, either as a single contaminant or as a group of contaminants, and subsequently, total petroleum hydrocarbon as a group is not currently regulated in drinking water. Rather, total petroleum hydrocarbon is best used as a screening tool, and that's what we use it for, mostly for response to oil spills and other petroleum contamination events. So again, to regulate kind of a constituent under the Safe Drinking Water Act, EPA must find that the contaminant has adverse health effects, it occurs and is substantially likely to occur at a frequency and a level of concern in a water system, and that there's meaningful opportunity for public health protection. Much of the constituents that make up JP5 is unregulated, where we don't have current sufficient data to establish toxicity relationships and thresholds. And so we do not undertake health-based decisions based solely on TPH levels, which it's not generally practiced, and we look at other factors when we make health-based decisions with regards
Sorry,
to
we seem to have lost the audio.
drinking water.
Okay, thank you.
So we seek specific compounds present in the drinking water and that TPH in concert with other factors and more specific compounds like those, like BTEX, benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylenes to really assess potential health impacts. Next slide, please. So what are we doing? In conjunction with DOH, we have been monitoring the extent of TPH detection since the start of LTM in March of 2022, and more intensely in June of 2023 when the LTM was subsumed under our 2023 Administrative Consent Order with the Navy. I think it was previously mentioned that the majority of the TPH detects over the course of LTM had been between 50 and 80. However, since probably June of 2023, we have seen an uptick in reported low-level detects, as well as in combination with reported water quality concerns. And in addition to our investigation that Chris alluded to in October and most recently in January, we are undertaking a number of added efforts to include reviewing sample sets and sample results and conducting kind of an evaluation of chromatograph comparisons. Similar to what Chris Waldron with the Navy showed previously in the slides, we are evaluating data sets. We're doing kind of our own looking at data to make those comparisons, to be able to see for ourselves and understand the data. We are doing split sample analyses of samples collected following water quality complaints. And we're analyzing for the suite of the long-term monitoring constituents, which includes 40 plus compounds, combination of volatile organics, semi-volatile organics, some metals, some disinfection byproducts, including the TPH and the naphthalines. To date, we've got, I believe, 6 sample sets that we are currently analyzing as a result of the water quality complaints, split samples, and we're analyzing via our Region 9 lab, as well as outreach to some of our other regional labs. We are planning on conducting our own inspection of the Joint Base Harbor Hickam system in the very near future to include collection of added samples for us to analyze. We will require the Navy to continue testing of the Joint Base Pearl Harbor-Hickam water system water quality following the end of long-term monitoring, which concludes at the end of March as part of the 2023 ACO. We're also working with the Department of Health to modify the list of analytes that are currently being tested to include added compounds. And then we're reaching out to our federal partners in our Office of Research and Development, as well as our colleague agency, the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, known commonly as ATSDR, on assistance with data interpretation and health assessments. And I believe that is my last slide, Keith, so I'm going to turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to ask DOH to comment on their investigation.
So the department is doing an independent investigation, and we currently do not have any results at this time to share, but we will be sharing it as soon as we have them.
Okay, thank you. So we're about ready to wrap this up, but we should first, Navy, do you have anything regarding your investigation? I know you went into great detail already, but anything further to add, and in particular about the future monitoring, and then we can move into the FTAC member questions.
Okay, thank you. We took the direction from the EPA and also from the DOH as they've seen things as they're going through their investigations and updated our processes and accordingly. So we're definitely going to follow the regulatory direction and requirement based on what they find from their investigations. But that's one of the things I wanted the team to realize, that we need to lean forward and find out what the cause is, and more importantly, what it's not, and then just plan accordingly, and not to leave anything off the table, and to be aggressive in trying to work towards making sure that our water remains safe.
Okay, so if that's complete at this point, let's move into FTAC member questions, and I'll be looking online for those FTAC members who are participating remotely as well. Ashley.
Okay, so the top hypothesis at this point, let me see if I can get this straight, is that chlorine interacted with the reagents during testing to provide falsely elevated TPH levels. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So first of all, I believe Lacey Quintero stated at the last CRI meeting, do not go down this road. She told you that, but now that we are going down this road, let's examine where that road leads us to in terms of logic, okay? So first of all, this theory is blatantly ignoring the symptoms of rashes, burns, stomach upset, and more that people have been suffering. And chlorine has always been present in the water before and after the 2021 contamination. And second, over the long-term monitoring period, over 8,000 samples were taken, correct? So far? Yeah.
Today, yes.
And so to the Navy, are you saying that all 8,000 samples did not account for this chlorine interaction and were thus processed incorrectly? And to the EPA and DOH as the regulators, did you guys approve of these flawed testing methods and let the Navy test these samples incorrectly 8,000 times? You know, that's where this road leads to. And, you know, frankly, you know that there's something bad in the water. If it looks like a duck, acts like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it is a duck. But what you guys are saying is if it looks like a duck, it's acting like a duck, and it's quacking like a duck, it's a koala. And maybe if it has asthma, it can sound like a duck. Or maybe it's a lion, or maybe it's a zebra, or maybe we can talk about ducks and koalas with asthma all day, but what are we going to do about the duck? Okay, so the contamination, I think, is in the pipes themselves, and all of the JP5, got absorbed into the pipes, okay? So with the lower water pressure that we're seeing now that you guys aren't flushing it at high speeds, we're seeing that leaching of the contamination into the pipes. And if you guys are going to tell me, no, that can't possibly be it, that's not very likely, prove it. have a physical test, like switch out one of the testing, like establish like a house, like, that has had complaints, switch out the pipes from that house directly from the shaft. And if you are seeing no more results of, TPH, then you have your answer. Where is that contamination coming from? You need to establish where it's coming from. So if you're going to tell me that, no, it's not in the pipes, prove it.
Okay, great. Several questions and recommendations there. Navy, would you like to respond?
Well, I think the first question that you raised had to do with the rashes and some of the other effects that have been reported. And I think the thing that's really important to keep in mind about that is that it's really a combined effort. It's not just the evaluation of the TPH. We also have done a reevaluation of how the rapid response team, which we now call the Water Quality Action Team, is responding to those events. And historically, that group has been focused primarily on TPH and TPH-related things and not on overall water quality at a residence. And that will change and is changing right now as we roll into this new phase. We will be more aggressive in terms of the assessment of overall water quality that's occurring within a household. Water temperature, pH, alkalinity. We're going to take a chlorine content as well as that we have. It's going to be a very much more robust and thorough assessment of water quality that's going on in the house. And that may be in a tie-in to some of the health concerns associated with the rashes. I'm not saying it's the entire thing, but we have to look at this, in my mind, holistically. And my presentation was really focused primarily just on what we did as part of the swarm team related to what was going on in the upticks. But there's so many more efforts that are going on simultaneously in order to try to drive forward to helping to answer that question. And the other leg of that stool that we're not talking about here is also the health side, right? Education, discussions with the medical doctors and the medical community that's treating this to be aware, to be prepped so that when somebody comes in, it's like, okay, yeah, we've had a number of these complaints. They're ready to discuss that and provide information and treatment. So I think you got to look at it across the board. Number one, I would also just like go into the answer to the second question, or at least respond to it. I appreciate the concern and feedback. We did discuss at length the potential for residual fuel or JP5 to be in the pipes, if you will. That was one of the root cause analysis that we discussed at length. We are simply not seeing any information. I know that's not the answer you want, but I'm telling you what we've seen. Any information to suggest that. We looked at it in terms of the pattern. So going back and trying to look at construction information, we would expect to see, if we had TPH that had accumulated in pipes, a relationship to different types of piping material, whether it's PEX pipe, copper pipe, in different ages on the system, and see some sort of pattern within the results. And what we're seeing is just hit or miss. We'll have a location that had a hit at, say, 75, and next door it'll be non-detect, and down the block. There's no relationship there, and as you look across the entire system, we're seeing the same type of things. So I think in response to your question, the information is not there. And I would also, just for folks that may not be aware of, we actually did, as part of the emergency response, when we flushed homes, we specifically did leaching tests, where what we would do is we would do what's called a stagnation test. So we would flush a house, and typically after we flushed a house, we would wait and sample it. But what we did at a number of locations is we did a 24-hour stagnation, which meant we flushed it, we let the water come back in and stay for 24 hours, and then we sampled to see if anything was coming back into the system. And then we also did a 72-hour stagnation, where we waited longer. We waited 3 days after flushing to come back, and never saw any TPH whatsoever. And that would have been in terms of leaching, that would have been the highest potential for leaching. Okay, it would have leached out right then because that was right after or soon after the release, not longer, not 2 years later. So there's lots of different things that go into that response. I hope that's point in that direction.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I think at the very least, you guys should create a new test that does, because as you guys admitted yourselves that, these tests were not meant to detect like chemicals in water, in drinking water. And obviously, even if you, by this test measures like 50 to 70 parts per billion of TPH is considered low, it's certainly not low to the people who are suffering symptoms. And I don't know why the number is 226 for the actionable level. I don't know what the terminology is, but yeah, that clearly isn't right. So a new test, at the very least, has to be established and put out there in the future.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Love or Ernie? Either or.
I think I don't know if you answered Ashley's first question about were 8,000 samples done in error then, based on the laboratory method, which was also approved under the LTM by the regulators. So is that a problem? I kind of go back to the event back in 2021. Were water samples taken at the time, and were they analyzed for TPH? And do you have the chromatograms from what was the system was exposed to, what people were exposed to at the moment in November 2021? Does Navy have that information, or EPA or DOH? Were water samples taken and tested? Was petroleum hydrocarbon tests run on the water samples? Assuming that in Red Hill Shaft you saw, and you had Navy divers there swimming in fuel-contaminated water in the shaft itself.
Yeah, Ernie, I don't have the answer to that. I'll have to.
I know, Steve, you weren't here in 2021, so but the answer is, right now we're kind of looking back and comparing with the past, but is there any actual data from the past to compare the present to? So EPA, Department of Health, did you take samples in 2021 after the event and test for different contaminants, assuming that you knew that petroleum hydrocarbons was a suspected cause and led to the shutdown of Red Hill Shaft by the Navy in early December, which led to me turning off Halava Shaft, Halava Wells, IAL wells shortly thereafter.
If you could first introduce yourself.
Sure. Ernie, this is Dennis Lopez, Safe Drinking Water Branch Chief. So it's my understanding, of course, I came in December, right? But from my understanding is that samples were taken for TOC primarily to do screening. When you're in an emergency, the department's trying to find out where it is and in what level of concentration, right, to create the case. Some samples were taken for TPH, but it's a gas chromatogram method. So it's not going to, it'll qualify on the GC, but it's not a mass spec when you run that test method. And then to add to this, you folks also sampled, because during that time there were also complaints in the surrounding neighborhoods. And then, so
we run that through a drinking water test, or we do the mass spec examination of that water. But
you run 8015 tests.
Yeah, the question though is, were samples taken at the time of the event or shortly thereafter suspecting petroleum? And I guess, is there anybody contesting that the water system was not exposed to petroleum hydrocarbon contamination?
That's what I'm saying, but it's very difficult to find it, because when they did test, the data will show that there may have been detects, and I haven't seen the data because by the time I got there, we're already flushing.
So maybe I go back to the Navy, since this is your water system. Were samples taken immediately thereafter or during the event and samples tested for petroleum hydrocarbons or other contaminants, knowing that contamination Red Hill shaft was the likely cause?
As Mr. Lopez says, I mean, at that point, it was the total organic carbons. Those were the samplings and those were the screenings that were done, to my knowledge, at that time.
But you did, Department of Health or EPA did take samples and tests for petroleum hydrocarbons in Red Hill shaft, correct? And other contaminants. Because I think I remember those numbers being so extremely high, like off the charts.
Yeah, that prompted the shutdown of the shaft.
Yeah, and then they were like the oil range, the diesel range, and maybe even the gas range too.
Yeah, but it was obvious by collecting a sample. I think here collected a sample. It was free product in the sample that they drew. But during the thing was, if it was pumping, you won't see it. You know, when they stopped the pumping, then you drew the sample, then they saw the phase separation.
Yeah, but thousands of people went to the hospital.
Nobody's contesting that, right?
I mean, they had health effects and they had to be evacuated. But I guess, we're looking back now to try to explain what's happening now without really knowing what was the baseline at the event back in 2021, the crisis.
So your question is really about historical record of samples.
And if you're going to compare chromatograms, and if you're going to only focus on JP5, why aren't you? Are you sure that JP5 was the only thing in the water system back in 2021?
Okay, so
I would clarify, we're not, in terms of the analysis, we're not limiting the analysis to just JP5. I mean, the TPH analysis, as I know you know, is a general method that will return any of the hydrocarbons within the range. And so we've run the range from TPHG through TPHD to TPHO, all the way out to the heavy end. We have not limited in any way, shape, or form the scope of the analysis for TPH.
But Chris, going back to the event in 2021, did the Navy take water samples from the homes and businesses, and do they run the analysis?
Ernie, I don't have the answer to that.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
Okay, so that's something for them to follow up on, I believe. Kathy, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't know if we tested for TPH in the early days, but I do know this, that the day after the complaints came in, the Department of Health put out its unsafe drinking water advisory, advising the residents not to drink the water.
Or not to even use the water.
Correct.
So, but I remember getting...
I'm sorry, this is Green. I think that question was also posed to EPA. I don't know that EPA collected the samples. I think we may have analyzed the samples for the Navy using some of our contract labs or our Phyllis lab when we had our on-scene coordinators out there during the response, like the very, very early part. And I'll have to go back and track to see if we have any of that data.
Yeah, that would be good.
Navy collected the data.
Because it would be good to see what the chromatograms look like back, 2021, late 2021, which is the basis of why we're Navy and others are trying to compare what's happening today to it. Okay. The other thing too, Admiral Barnett, I'd like to request, there are about 13 different potential explanations here on slide 28 of the PowerPoint presentation. I know there seems to be a kind of qualitative assessments of extremely low likelihood, extremely low likelihood, So how did you reach those decisions? Is there data, was analysis, investigation done? Can I see the entire investigative report and the data and science that would back these assessments?
Go ahead, please.
So right now, we are still working with the regulators to finalize the technical report that is going to follow the completion of the swarm. So there's still some discussion. At some point, I would assume it would be released, but I do not have a date. We're still in those discussions.
Okay, I look forward to receiving that report, and that report being made public for everybody to see it.
It will be.
The other thing that, please don't ignore like Ashley said, the health effects, what people are experiencing currently and in the past, because, you can see the news reports of product floating on water. And we got calls at our control center, people saying their house smells like a gas station. And tell me that is not petroleum fuel. I find it hard to believe, but thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lau, did you have a question?
Yeah. Sorry, I probably do actually have several, but number one, Chris Walter, I don't know who you are, so can you explain to everybody who you are and your relationship to all this?
Sure. My name's Chris Waldron. I'm a professional environmental engineer. I've been working on public health-related sites for over 30 years. I'm a contractor. I work for the Navy Marine Corps Force Health Protection Command. They are kind of the CDC for the Navy. I've worked on large-scale public health evaluation sites all over the world, from Naples, Italy, to Diego Garcia, to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, to Hawaii, to Japan, this just being one of them. And so I work on typically kind of larger scale sites that have concerns over public health, and obviously this is one of them. And I was brought in right after the release occurred in 2021. I volunteered. I thought it was something I could help with, just given my experience. And I worked with many of the people here with the Department of Health and EPA as a member of the Integrated Drinking Water Systems team. So I was a member of the IDWST during the response, and then after that. And I've been involved in this since then, to a lesser degree, and then when this happened, I came back in force.
So who pays you?
The Navy pays me.
Okay, and when you said you assembled a team of experts and drinking water experts, was that a Navy team, or did it also include EPA and DOH?
Yeah, the team was an interagency team, so we had members from the Environmental Protection Agency, some of who are sitting in the audience here and that are online, and some in DC, as well as members of DOH. And I can see Dennis is over here. He participated as well as other folks from the Navy, a variety of different groups, and then also some other folks from private industry. So there were over 20 different experts, all with different backgrounds and experience, some within water systems and some within other areas, chemistry, analytics, et cetera.
I suppose I'm also interested in that answer because I wanted to know the alliance of the folks involved. I mean, I hate to say this, when you say you are paid by the Navy, you already get a little suspicious to me. But if there were EPA people as well as DOH people in there, I'm sure it'll be on the technical memo, yes?
Yes, and I'm sure that they will comment and provide comments on that when it goes out. I would say that in terms of the discussion, that discussion was not, all of the interactions that we had was not dominated by the Navy. It was full, frank, free-flowing between EPA, Navy, DOH, everybody in the room. You know, I can guarantee you this, I mean, the sole objective is the protection of the folks on the water system. And our objective was to try to figure out what the root cause was.
I'm glad you guys work collaboratively because we are sorely lacking in that right now. Another question I had was, one of them was it the eddying of the water? But you just said that no, the water was not eddying and it wasn't just not flowing. You guys seem to be comfortable testing it. But did you test for components of the fuel? Because once TPH and everything else hits water, it's probably going to break down into components. You're showing me a chromatogram of just TPH. What about the components of the other fuels as well? Not just JP5, but the other ones that are involved.
Yes, I did not show a chromatogram, but I did have on the slide, and it did say that we did test for the key indicator components of fuels. So we ran benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, xylene, naphthalenes, 1,2-methylnaphthalene as well, all significant components of fuel, and also JP5 as a fuel.
And you did not find it? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, we did not. We did not detect the individual components, which was another line of evidence in this in terms of taking a look at the actual TPH chromatograms. Generally speaking, with a release, if you had a release of a fuel, a TPH, you would expect to see some detections of the primary components of those fuels in addition to the TPH detection. And we did not detect any of those components, which is a significant finding out of 8,000 samples. Every one of those samples is run for the individual components as well as the TPH result.
So your maps that had the yellow dots and the red dots, one of your argument was that it hadn't really changed and therefore it cannot be because of fuel, the TPH contamination. Could it also be that they are legacy amounts, that they're from before, the 80 years before all the other spills, and so we are actually seeing the same, quote, same amounts across your time scale just because they've always been there, not because it doesn't exist?
Now, I would just say that's highly unlikely. If, again, when we look at these things, we try to look at them from multiple vantage points, multiple lines of evidence. One of the things we look at is we look at it from the standpoint of what does it look like geographically, in an area. So, if we had seen some sort of legacy contamination in fuel, we would have seen some patterns within different zones, zones with older piping, zones, so some of the areas that have been around longer versus the newer communities that have been developed as well. And we're seeing similar distribution or similar pattern across all zones, which doesn't tie into the, the kind of the hypothesis that it could be some sort of legacy contamination that would be impacting it. We're not seeing that in terms of the data.
One other question I have is, at the very beginning when the spill first happened, you tested for total organic compounds, TOC, is that right? Sorry, total organic.
Total organic carbon.
Okay, total organic carbon. Is TPH a kind of total organic carbon, or did we just test for the wrong thing to begin with?
No, TPH is an organic carbon, and if you have TPH, you could see that within a total organic carbon method. It's another kind of a general method, as I said. It's a non-specific method. So any organic carbon is going to show up in a total organic carbon method. And so, as a screening tool for the first responders, it was something that made sense in terms of a screening tool because you can get it done quickly. You don't have to send it off island. You could have the capability to do it. It's just not a very specific method. So it has its flaws, as with any method, right? It has some pros and cons. So it was something to start with. It's certainly something as we move forward, we moved away from TOC, even though we still collect it. As another line of evidence, you got into more specific analytical methods.
So did you just set the limit too high for TOC? Because my understanding was the TOC test came out negligible, not there. But now we're saying that there's a lot of TPH being found, so I can't reconcile the data.
No, and I think maybe I would look to DOH because on some of those test results, but we did have detections of TOC early on.
Switch that on.
Are you on, Dennis?
Yeah, there was a high hit at in one of the zones right next to the tank, and but that was the only hit that we saw. It makes sense that it would be near a tank if it kind of held that fuel separated and got sucked in. The problem with the TOC test is it is not as sensitive as like the TPH test can be. So. But as iterated in the previous discussion, TPH is not a very specific test. And then going back to Ernie, it's like what's causing it, what's causing all these health effects. You're exactly right. You have to drill down to the chemical compounds to know how the people are impacted by it. But in order to get to that, The 8015 method is just a gas chromatogram method. It just separates compounds, right? And then you enumerate the total, right? But you cannot identify the specific species. You have to run that through a mass spec. And that's a different test method. That's 8270 in a diesel range. And then from that, you have to kind of have the ability in the library to identify that ion fragmentation scheme so that you can say, well, we think it's this compound. Once you know it's that compound, then we can assess RSLs and potential MCLs, or...
So Dennis, is that being done?
Do you guys want to talk about that?
Well, we are looking for the specific compounds right now. We're not running, as you said, an 8270 method. That's not a non-drinking water method, but we have been running, the companion method of 524 and 525, which are not identical, but have synthetic organic compounds on it as well as, VOCs. So those methods have been run in looking at those. And it is one of the things as we move forward in EDWM, we are and have had extensive discussions about, do we want to modify that analyte list to look even deeper into some of these other compounds?
Like you're aware the drinking water method, the 500 series, is very narrow as far as the SIDWA compounds. It's not going to look for anything else, right? It's not going to have it in a library.
Agreed.
So the forensic approach moving forward is to do full scan and then allow a larger opportunity to find compounds. But it's all going to depend whether you have the calibration in your library when you compare the mass spec.
But Dennis, with petroleum hydrocarbons is a really mixture of different things. Given that in that mixture and how it works together, and when people are exposed to that mixture, do you err on the side of caution to try to keep that out of the drinking water or keep it as low as you can, or do you say it's okay at 266? So it's like...
Well, that's a problem, right? When you have... I want to clarify that 266 is an incident-specific parameter. It was only designed for jet fuel. You put another fuel, it could be a different number, right? So that's the problem. So this was very specific to this incident. Okay, now, and I think what we're hearing a lot is, I don't think at any level people are satisfied, right? If you'd asked me, 265, is that safe? It was a risk-based calculation. If you believe that risk-based is safe, then to that person it is. If not, then a higher level of determination, meaning by forensic analysis, because what you want to know is it fuel or is it biogenic or is it something else?
Yeah, the only thing I go back to the event of 2021, which I think we all agree was fuel of various types, maybe not just pure JP5.
But and that was when the number was established. It was established for fresh fuel, right? There's three components to that calculation: inhalation, thermal, and ingestion, right? So now, when you add all those three factors in the EPA calculation method with the toxicity factor at the time, the number that was calculated is 266. Now, when you look at a weathered pattern, something that's been degraded over time, you remove the inhalation component to it. And when you do that, and it's in Roger's Table 1 memo, you're at like 465.
Yeah, and actually I know that Roger, according to what he shared at the water board meeting in January of last year, seemed to be kind of re-looking at that and doing more investigation. So it would be great to get an update, and I think we are requesting a meeting with Roger and you folks to understand how far he's progressed on his research.
Yeah, thank you. Can you explain to us to where you are wanting that application of that risk-based number? Is that as an MCL, or as an ISP, or in the
the question is, sometimes I hear it being used almost like we're drinking water standard loosely, maybe not intentionally, hopefully not intentionally, but then the question that people have is, it safe to have petroleum hydrocarbons in your drinking water? And if it is there a level? And I know this is a difficult question to answer, but
I think I want to know whether it's there or not, especially at the low levels, whether it's petroleum-based or not. And if it is petroleum-based, what is it?
yeah, where is it coming from? So you know that list of 13 different things. How do you rule out all those other things or give them a qualitative assessment?
Sure, but if we go back to the ask, though, as far as the meeting, you know, we do have a handout that is out there, and that kind of like, but we're trying to explain the difference, but what an ISP is, what MCL is, and EAL. So because we hear this term being used interchangeably in every place, but there's very specific situations where each of those standards are applied.
Yeah, and for me, what is safe for people to use or consume in their homes? If there is a safe
I tell people this, you're right, we can show you the number, right? We can show you, and then if it's a risk-based number, you'll know on that metric whether it's safe or not. But the problem is, it's just a number. What safe comes down to is whether you trust that water is safe or not. And it's the Navy's responsibility. Their biggest challenge here is to gain that trust. Because if they never get that trust, nobody will think it's safe. So this is the whole process through that evidence of them building their credibility back to their community.
I agree, that is a challenge with their customers and with the community, is rebuilding that trust. Is their water safe? And for me, the approach is, you know, I want to try to eliminate the possibility of petroleum hydrocarbons reaching our drinking water wells at all. And that's why we keep them shut down. It's a very conservative approach, but it's the only way I can think of right now of trying to keep this stuff that might migrate through the aquifer across the valley into our wells.
So I don't want to cut anything off. It's very meaningful,
yeah,
but
I can stop there.
yeah, we could have this dialogue for a long period of time. But in the interest of trying to get to the public comment, if we could try to wrap up our FTAC member questions, and then we can take the break and go.
Yeah, I have a short question. The take-home lesson I got from your lecture today was that this method, 2018, what is this called? Method 8015 is probably not sensitive enough in drinking water. So what test are you guys going to use now?
So I think one of the things that we're looking to in terms of moving forward in the EDWM is we would still use 8015 as part of the overall analysis. I think the method is, like I said, it's a valid method. It does provide us with a good initial screen, right? It will quantify biogenic, pyrogenic, petrogenic. Also potentially can have some reaction issues within the lab, which I think that we've overcome through the analysis of the swarm team. So that would be part of our toolkit. We're also talking about continuing to do monitoring of the specific indicator compounds. So, you know, benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, xylenes, the naphthalines, as I mentioned before. We're also looking at some other chemistry in that in order to be able to provide some additional data. One of the things that we are in conversations with EPA and DOH right now is a more enhanced look at any TPH detect that's returned from 8015. And what we've really been working on is a kind of a two-tiered approach for doing a first kind of deep dive in tier 1 of looking at the chromatograms, potentially running some mass spec, which is another laboratory method on that, and trying to resolve to the best of our ability what are the potential contributors to the TPH we're looking at. And then in addition to that, and I think Dennis kind of foreshadowed that, is we are looking at some very sophisticated enhanced fingerprinting techniques, some more forensic techniques, which will allow us to break down that TPH in a lot more detail in terms of what actually are its component parts. So those are things that we have been working on since, you know, the 29th of January in earnest, and we have more meetings, I think another one for tomorrow, to again, to try to kind of nail that down.
Okay. I don't see any questions from the online FTAC members, so if we're good to wrap this portion up, we can take a break, and then we can move to audience Q&A. Is that doable?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand that. Are you trying to tell me then that there is no single test that's going to tell me there's 50 to 80?
There is no single test
Okay.
for that. It's multiple tests.
There's maybe an opportunity here, Admiral. I think there's one of the water tanks that you have, S3 or S4, that has to be cleaned out. I don't know if that's been accomplished, but there might be water from back in the November of 2021 incident.
It's drained and under construction right now.
Oh, shucks. That would have been an opportunity to draw a sample and run more analysis on the water, even though it's been there, sitting there for a while, but that would have been water that would have been in the system back in 2021.
Okay, what I'd like to do at this point, and apologies for running very much overtime, is take a well-deserved break. You've been here patiently for a long time. 10-minute break. I have 4:40 p.m., so let's get back here at 4:50 p.m., and we'll go immediately into the public comment and question period. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. If you could please take whatever seat you had, and we will resume. Okay, welcome back. So this is the public comment and question period. So the way this will work is we'll go one live, and then we'll switch to one on Zoom, and then we'll go back to another one live. That will hopefully eliminate some dead time just getting the people up on Zoom. What I'd appreciate is if the following four people, and I think you're all up here already, so it's not a big deal. Susan Piccola Davis will be first in live, Walter Chun, then Susan Gorman Chang, and then Melody Aduha. So, but again, you'll be interspersed with the Zoom person. So let's go ahead and start. I realize this has been a long day. You've heard a lot before. What I would encourage you is to try to be as succinct as possible and make your points, and especially so you can elicit whatever response to your questions you are looking for. Make your questions as direct as possible. I think some of the, I think we have everybody back up here. Okay, very good then. So let's go ahead with Susan Piccola Davis as the first. Susan?
Good afternoon. I prepared this presentation for you all. Most of the dates are from the whole year of January 23 up until the January 24. I did my calculations here for each quarter. So this is quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, and then January. The only data points that I pulled was for TPH-O and TPH-D. So I added them up, even though you guys figured out how to calculate it in your Safe Waters site. And then I noticed that in this period, quarter 3, which was July, August, and September, we had 80 detections. And I'm not talking about low levels of diesel. I'm talking about things that are up there in the 200s. The highest here was 256. So I've looked at dates. I've looked at addresses. These were all the detections during the month of January. And some of you were lucky enough to get my folder, and if you don't want the folder, you can give it back to me. You'll see the zones notated, so it's not clusters just in one area. They're in over all the diesel. And I'm not going to pay attention to what I heard for the last hour and 30 minutes because I took a long time to prepare this, and I'm not sure that the theory is accurate yet. So here's the histogram, and it shows that the trend is going up, and this is just from January. So what did I do? I said, well, what's happening with the schools? Even though the complex area superintendent came out this morning and said the water's safe. So I found all the schools in the safe waters and then looked at where they were getting detections. And I found in the scatter diagram, just around the date of the 9th and 10th, there was what I call clusters, a cluster of findings. And then this depicts it. All of these detections are diesel plus oil, regardless of the Department of Health's establishment of 266 parts as the environmental action limit that triggers action. There is a fallacy in this depiction. As I've said before and will continue to say, looking for a single data point to take action is negligent. As these graphs show, looking at the data differently, you will see patterns or clusters. Relying on one data point to take action is a method wrought with lack of looking at variables. It is time to hold the DOH accountable. Some of this has been presented before, especially at the Board of Water Supply. Most importantly, everyone in this room must agree that children are the highest importance. Their safety at home, in school, and church, or unborn yet, and carried by their moms, are highly susceptible to harm. Their bodies are not developed. It is concerning, as of this morning, I already said that about the Department of Education. Building trust, community outreach. Since November 2021, we've had no leaps, and then leaps and bounds, and then kind of tying on, or leveling out, because we got new players. You can't build trust without listening. Vice Admiral Wade, Brigadier General Link, Rear Admiral Barnett, and Captain Sullivan, use them as your models. Take off your defensive hat. You will not get respect unless you give it. Come to the meetings with open ears and open minds. If you haven't been here for a while, step back and listen. Just step back. We are not always looking for answers, but we are expecting you to listen. I have been working on this for 2 years. I'm not going to give you all of my credentials and waste your time or my time. I'm just saying that I'm here for the people. I'm going to continue doing this. I think the data does show something. Regardless. And thank you, Captain Sullivan, for all the support you've been giving me on my data, even though we don't really understand it yet. We know there's something. And thank you, Rear Admiral Barnett, for continuing the long-term monitoring. And keep in mind that when your grandson visits, your wife may not want your grandson drinking any of that water, and you just go, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Susan. We're going to switch, Walter, before we're going to have one of the people on Zoom, and then we'll go to you. Okay, thanks. So our first Zoom speaker is Catherine McClanahan, and I believe you should be ready to speak, hopefully.
I am.
Thank you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I believe I saw in the audience Dr. John O. from the Defense Health Agency, if he'd like to chime in, or any of the other senior leaders there present today. But Dr. O, or Defense Health Agency, are you following some of the common symptoms that families continue to report? And are you aware of some with neurologic symptoms that have continued since Red Hill?
Dr. O, if you could have your mic, thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm John O. I'm a public health physician. I'm at Defense Health Agency Public Health, which is in the National Capital Region, so honored to be here at the FTAC. And so in response to Ms. McClanahan, yeah, we have heard various reports of, medical symptoms. A number of them focus on the neurologic. And so this is something that I think bears additional investigation to try to piece this together. And that's something that we're doing. And
Thank you. Okay, are you aware of those or others struggling with balance and vestibular problems and tremors?
So I have heard people that have reported this, primarily through, people that have just kind of contacted me or contacted our organizational box and kind of reported this. I haven't spoken directly with any neurologists, about this. I'd welcome any conversations, with clinicians. I think you've probably heard me say that this remains an open public health investigation, and so we could use all the help we can get.
Okay. We could use help. How about irritable bowel syndrome? Is that a known diagnosis found in populations exposed to jet fuel?
So that's not something that is known with fuel exposure, but I think that's something that bears additional looking at. One of the things that we're trying to do, if you can just bear with me, is we're trying to look at. We have a cohort of 44,000 people. Cohort means just like a population group, and the 44,000 would be military families. Family members that are covered under the TRICARE program. And so we're able to follow their healthcare diagnoses or utilization, and we're trying to compare it with a non-exposed population. In this case, it would be a population that comes from Marine Corps Base Kaneohe and Schofield Barracks. And I think that would be very helpful to have two separate populations. The military, the exposed population are going to be people that are in our Red Hill registry, Red Hill Doers registry. That's our DoD registry, which currently has about 56,000 people total. But we don't have all of them, covered as part of our analytic group.
Okay. All right. I have one more question for you, Dr. O. In 2023, a university medical toxicology team contacted the ATSDR, who then contacted you, the Defense Health Agency, over my highly unusual symptoms and diagnosis at the time. A meeting was held between the three of you. Do you still believe that my symptoms are the likely result of the fuel exposure? I know that you also received my medical records after those meetings.
Yeah. So here's what I can tell. There's still a lot of unanswered questions about, symptoms. We do know that. I know for the people of Hawaii, what happened at the Red Hill Bulk Fuel Storage Facility and what's going on now with the defueling and then the closure, these are problems in Hawaii. For me, though, as I said, I'm from the National Capital Region, and for me, Red Hill is a global problem because we have people that have left Hawaii. In fact, about half of our military families that were exposed to the fuel release have left, like Mrs. McClanahan here.
Right.
Okay. So I think that I think what's clear is that although we don't have a lot of the answers, there seems to be something where there are a lot of very healthy people prior to the fuel release, but they are not healthy now, and we don't really have good explanations for that. I think just to kind of put a plug, I mean, we had our webinar in January, and we're going to have another one on April 9th. So hopefully everyone got the e-update. If you didn't, if you go to the FTAC website, there's a link to subscribe to our e-updates. But you'll get the information along with our website where you can participate. It's an open webinar, and so we'll address a lot of these types of questions, at there. But clearly, my observation is that there's something going on. We just don't have a really good explanation for it. And I know it's frustrating. Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate your time. I just final comment. I know I had timed out my 2 minutes, so I just wanted to say this to the senior Navy leaders present. in 2022, military officers informed our family that we needed to file a federal tort claim act to attempt to try to recover at the time, $30,000 in mounting medical bills. Since that time, the bills haven't ended and our illnesses haven't ended. I want to caution you and challenge you today. I have a friend there in the audience that will give you a letter. And what I'm asking you, senior Navy leaders present today, would you provide my letter to Secretary of Navy Del Toro and Admirals Franchetti and Paparo? And I simply am saying this: history will write the ending to the tragedy at Red Hill. As leaders during this time period, your names will forever be linked to Red Hill. Before the first trial ever begins, you have the chance to take an important step and determine how the Navy and your name is remembered, whether you led families with the absolute best our country could provide, demonstrating our military takes its pledge to protect and defend all the way down to its own military families, or whether you continued hiding behind the legal fears and abandoned us as collateral damage to attorneys and the courts. For me, I want history to remember my name. I want you to remember my name. My name is Catherine. Friends call me Kat, last name McClanahan. Remember it as one of the many who spoke up and tried to tell you for 2 years that something wasn't right and we weren't all getting better. The symptoms weren't short-term and we needed help. And I want history to remember my family as an example of one of the many families sickened and then abandoned. I want you to remember what negligent and delayed actions around fuel and water really means for people's long-term health. The tragedy at Red Hill doesn't end for my family. We have a son now diagnosed with irritable bowel syndrome who struggled for 27 months with chronic diarrhea. I sat just last month with my family as we listened to neurologists inform me that the latest tests show I have an incurable neurodegenerative progressive disease. I was 51 years old, perfectly healthy, a doctor's dream patient and active when Red Hill sickened me. I never recovered, and now I have Parkinson's disease. So remember my name and my family's reality when you reflect on Red Hill's true long-term medical effects. Remember me the next time some defense attorney or senior tone-deaf leader tries to tell you that there were only short-term medical effects after Red Hill. My family got sick during Red Hill like many others, and we didn't all recover. As much as I would wish it were true, the fact is my symptoms and others in my family were not and are not psychosomatic. I'm done speaking, but I just want to know, is one of you brave enough to stand before us and tell us that the most senior naval leaders will receive letters such as these? I doubt they will read them nor care, but I want my children to know I tried.
Okay, thank you, Catherine, and we'll
Thank you, Catherine.
Allow the Navy to respond.
Ma'am, I will never forget you. I also remember you from the very first FTAC in November of 2022 when I took this mission on. I have conveyed the community and military family concerns regarding medical issues up to my chain of command. If you give me the letter, I will ensure that it goes up to Indo-Pacific Command, to Admiral Aquilino, my boss, and I'm sure that Admiral Barnett will push it up through his Navy chain of command.
Thank you.
I am terribly sorry from the bottom of my heart that you and your family and all others that have been impacted from the spills from 2021.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Let's move now to our next commentator, Walter Chun. And then after that, we'll go back to Zoom.
Okay, hi, I'm Walter Chun. I'm one of the members of the CRI, and I wanted to make a couple comments about the length of time. It's been 2 years. You guys have taken 8,000 something samples. You guys have looked at it and have finally figured out maybe the method for the analysis is no good. So if you don't know, if the method is no good, you don't know what it is, you're saying it's not TPH or it's TPH that is interacting with the chlorine, then it's not safe. To go on TV and tell the public that it's safe and the water is protective when you have no idea what it is. And you're actually now questioning the method in which the analysis was done. 8,000 samples. So all of the groundwater samples, all of the drinking water samples you guys have taken using the EPA method, you guys are telling us is not accurate or something is wrong with it. The other thing I wanted to make sure that I passed on is while we go through and spend all of the resources, the time and the effort, all of the expertise and the experts that are studying all of this stuff, what are you guys doing about the people who are getting sick every day? The people who are complaining and voicing their concerns about their health. I don't think that the public or that anybody fully understands what it takes for a military service member or his family to speak up. The fear of reprisal, retaliation, and discrimination is more than just a policy. For them, it's their reality. For one person to speak up takes a tremendous amount of courage. And the other thing you have to consider is if one of them spoke up, how many are not speaking up? 10, 100, or 1,000? And so I'm going to give you this 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 100. And the discussion earlier with Mr. Lau and Dennis about the risk-based levels, that's what that means. At 206 parts per billion or 400 parts per billion, whatever number was calculated, is exactly that. It's a risk. You're accepting or you're asking us to accept a level of exposure where we know a certain number of people are going to get sick. 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000. That is unacceptable, and I don't think people in the public will accept any of those kinds of risk or those risk-based levels. I think that's my...
Okay, so you had really basically two questions in that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So does he need to repeat the question just succinctly, or do you want to start now?
Okay, regarding taking care of our, what are we doing as far as the medical support to make sure? I'll tell you that we know that folks are out there with symptoms, and we are reaching out and trying to work with these folks, work with the people, work with the families to make sure that they know where the resources are where they can go and get help. Where in that way I can help track them. I know we've been working with DHA. One of the things that I found out was about the clinic. I want to make sure that the clinic is open to everyone that is on the water system, not just folks that were here during the portion of when the incident happened. So I go on a weekly basis, sometimes twice a week, to pull numbers to see, hey, how are we doing? What's going on there? You know, what are the docs and the medical folks seeing right now? Is there anything that I need to know that would indicate of what's going on? We're working on sending out flyers with DHA, sheets, fact sheets of how they can get seen, how they can get help. And you have my word for that, and the families have my word that I'm gonna do everything that I can do, my staff, so we can help track this to make sure that folks get to the right position where they can get the help that they need, whether it's at the clinic, you know, let us know things. I'm glad that Doc is here to kind of help us out with the webinars and to do things like that, because folks are hurting. And so, you know, we are, in addition to trying to make sure that the water maintains the safe drinking water standards, but also what can we do for our families? So you know, you have my word and the families have my word. The second thing about retaliation, about 2 weeks ago, we got together all the triads. What a triad is in the military, it's the senior enlisted and the senior officers. We had them and we talked to them about just this. Do they know, do their families know, their soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines that are under them, do they know the resources that are out there and what's going on and how they can get help? And more importantly, that retaliation is not an option. If someone comes to you for help, you need to make sure it gets up to us so we can make sure that we help them out. And that's what we are charged to do as leaders. So you have my word as a leader. You know, I'm going to be, you know, beating the bushes to make sure that we take care of folks.
Dr. O, you highlighted that this is now a global issue because many military families
Yes, sir.
have you know, moved on. Can you describe, because look, although I was defueling, we engaged in good faith with so many wonderful military families and community members, and some of the complaints were when they went to seek medical attention, the medical providers did not understand what was happening. It was a crisis, but there were, and so you have given training to all medical providers globally to ask the question if they're seeing these indications based on the, you know, the persistent issues that we are seeing, to ask the question, were you in Hawaii? Red Hill. And then for the public, I would just ask humbly that if you have issues, I will tell you that based on this training, the providers have a better understanding, not only from a technical medical perspective, but also from a compassionate listening perspective, to please don't be afraid to go to the medical providers because we need data. When I say we, the enterprise, to understand what's happening here, and then as you can describe CDC and ATDSR, what you're doing here to get after some of these unanswered questions.
Yes, sir. So I think I said this the last time. It's so important that if you or someone that you know is suffering from lingering health symptoms or conditions that you feel is from the fuel release, that you partner with a trusted healthcare provider. I think that's going to help you, and it will definitely help us to try to better understand. You know, when I read the EPA report with the most recent problem, this is like the second front, if you will, because you know, the original fuel release, we thought that the term of exposure was from November 2021 until March of 2022, when the water advisory was lifted by the Department of Health. I read that there were a number of symptoms in the EPA report, you know, and Mr. Chen spoke to it, of people with rashes. But what I think we need is we need to see like, well, where was the medical evaluation? What did the dermatologist think? What did the primary care physicians think? We just needed to kind of round out that data. Now, they may not, at the end of the day, we may not know any better after we get this additional medical data. So I know that there are trust issues. I brought this up at the January webinar, and I understand that. But I really want to, again, reinforce how important it is that that we're working together, you know, on this. You know, the other thing is that we respect that a lot of people just do not trust DoD, and that's okay. I don't take it personally. It's fine, and that's why you know, some of the things we're trying to do are try to bring in independent experts. I hope to say more about this. You know, but we want to have an independent registry, and we want to have an independent review. These will be by nationally, you know, recognized experts that will be fully given the latitude to make their own conclusions about what's happening. I think that's something that we owe the people that were exposed to the fuel release.
Okay, thank you. We're trying to go to the next online person.
One sec, I think there was one
key point.
One other
I'm sorry, go ahead.
key point. I think there was a comment about the samples that were collected and the method. And in my presentation, one of the points I made is that we've collected over 8,000 samples in LTM, and there'll be more collected. The method is valid, the TPH method. The points that I was trying to raise in the discussion is that it requires additional evaluation, is that you can't just take the number at face value and move on with it without digging a little bit deeper. And that's one of the things that we are doing as part of the SWARM team and the Navy and Army, and I know DOH and EPA are doing that as well. So I think that's a critical distinction in that. And that the information that's been collected, if anything, would be an overestimate, not an underestimate, especially if you don't have the opportunity to kind of tease out which of that might be petroleum related versus naturally occurring biogenic related. So it's a really important point. I just wanted to make sure that folks were aware of that in terms of, you know, what the purpose of the presentation was and what we were saying in terms of the TPH results. Thank you.
Okay, we want to go to the next online speaker. We've been having a little bit of difficulty confirming that they got the prompt to speak. Jamie Simic, if you are there and you can hear, I guess we may be able to bring you in by your voice, but there seems to be some issue with the camera. Jamie, are you ready? If not, we'll go to our audience member here next, and then we'll come back, Jamie, if we can connect with you.
Okay, Susan Gorman Chang, I'm also part of the CRI. Chris, when you said additional evaluation needs to be done, by who? By the laboratory or by you?
It's a combination, and it's not just me. It's a combination of additional information that we get from the laboratory. It's an additional review by the chemists that are involved in evaluating the chromatograms. I would be one of the people that would be involved in that. There would be additional input and interaction with DOH and EPA on those. So it's certainly an interagency approach and evaluation. As with all of this that we've done has been under in cooperation and with oversight of our regulatory partners.
I understand, but can you see how we would be suspicious of you taking a result from a lab and then you refining it and doing additional evaluation? That's not a good look. I'm just advising you.
Oh, and I think with anything, the thing is that you know, we're going to be open and transparent. We have to share this information. The information's on the website. We will continue to share information, and I know that's one of the objectives and one of the very explicit instructions from Admiral Barnett was to improve our communications.
Thank you. So on that line, I'd like to say there's no such thing as too much communication. And yet we were really disappointed when the EPA and the DOH did not come to the Board of Water Supply to discuss with us. We were very disappointed when the Navy did not show up to our CRI meeting in January. When a whole community has been traumatized, there's no such thing as too much communication. It doesn't matter that you have these and you have your open houses. When you are asked, I would recommend that you show up, because when you don't, it doesn't send the right message. And I appreciate what Vice Admiral Wade said about trust and community and working together. And on that line, I'd like to bring up what I heard about the venting. Rear Admiral Barnett, you said, we will work with the regulators to notify you. Someone else said, we are monitoring and we're going to have data collecting VOC information every 15 minutes. This is an example of where you could get the community more involved by having an app that would show in real time what these VOC monitors are showing. Once again, you're kind of doing your, and I understand why you're the military, you fall back on this command and control. We'll tell you the information we think you need. And as a community, you want to empower us, not disempower us. Let's see. I just want to make sure that's, oh yeah, and lastly, Captain Sullivan, I was really upset with your attitude about our water. You know, oh, we're trying to get it down to 1.8 million a day. You're flushing our water. This is our water. This is not a small amount of water. And, you know, most of the islands in Hawaii on the west side, like Lahaina, have been in drought. And you are flushing our water. And to say that, well, we're working on it. I heard 2 years ago at a neighborhood council board meeting when I asked a Navy representative, what are you doing with that water? Can't you find a use for it? We're working on it. We're working on it for 2 years. That is frankly disrespectful, that you're flushing our water and you think a solution is to go from 4 million a day down to 1.8 million. And Admiral Barnett, when you say, I'll take that under consideration, I hope you really do, because we keep hearing at the CRI, I'll take that under consideration, or I'll send that up the line. To me, it's starting to sound like a dog whistle, that you'll just continue to do what you're going to do. So I really hope you work hard and spend the money that you have. The military is the biggest budget in our federal government. I hope you spend the money you have to use that water. Thank you.
Thank you. Navy, any responses, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. What I'll tell you is that it's not my intention to come off as flippant with that, whether it's I'll take it under consideration. Ma'am, I'm taking as many notes as I can, and we're going to run hard and fast to get all these things done. You bring up a good point regarding the air quality monitoring, and we're going to look at that. Let me look into it a little bit more. Maybe there's a way we can tie it in with our app and do some things like that. But that's a good point, which is really important for situations like this, for you to feed this to us. So thank you.
Okay, so we'll follow up on that at our next CRI meeting. And also at the CRI meeting, you said you would give us a package that you give to families moving into military housing to let them know about the water. We have yet to get that.
Yes, yes, ma'am. I'll check out that was completed. I'll make sure that we get we can get it out to you.
You'll email that to the CRI, correct? Thank you.
Admiral Barnett, if you could put the microphone closer to you, maybe be hard to hear sometimes. Okay, we're going to go to our next online commenter. We had been trying to reach Jamie Simic, but we've been having some issues connecting. So we're going to go to Meredith Wilson first. Jamie, if you're still online, we'll try to get you in. But let's go to Meredith Wilson first. Meredith?
Hi, aloha. I'll try to keep this as short as possible. I've submitted a written comment, so if there needs to be anything referred back to, that's there for your approval. In last month's published Government Accountability Office report, they stated that the DoD has not provided enough information to Congress in order to properly appropriate funds for fiscal year 2025 and beyond, which is coming up soon. This is where most of that side investigation and remediation will take place, so it's paramount for this to be clear to congressional decision makers and therefore the public. The GAO mentioned that they evaluated a Red Hill spend plan document. Is that publicly available and where? That's my first question. And then secondly, there was an NDAA requirement that the SecDef will give a briefing to congressional defense committees about the descriptions of the contaminants, the potential health effects, and the potential broadening of the tracing window prior to May 2021. When will that briefing be taking place, and will that be publicly available is my second question. Just two more. Has the DHA itself already briefed any congressional committees? If so, which ones, which committees, and when? And then lastly, it's my understanding that the EPA is allowing DOH's underground storage tank regulations to take the lead instead of following RCRA. What is the purpose of that, and why? What are the benefits?
Okay, 4 questions there. Let's go to the Navy's responses first, and then we'll cover the rest.
Let me just start. So for defueling, the Hawaii congressional delegation worked through Congress to authorize up to $1 billion. That was at my disposal when I took this mission on. When we did the analysis, we estimated that the cost for defueling, and defueling was doing all the assessments, doing the repairs, then affecting those repairs, doing all the quality, getting all the administration to get the approvals, and then the actual execution and the redistribution of the fuel. Our estimate came to $200 million. It ended up being about $260 million that we have spent. So that is all publicly available. I have briefed Congress. I have briefed both the House and the Senate here at the state capitol. So for defueling, that is all publicly available. The rest of your questions were geared towards long-term environmental remediation, permanent closure, so that will be for the Navy and for Admiral Barnett.
Okay, thank you. I could hear a couple of your questions, so I may have to ask you what the other one was. Regarding the spend plan documents, we're in talks right now. We are on the outside actually working with the congressional delegations on that actual spend plan for fiscal year '25. So I am not concerned about that right now, about the funding, but that's in work right now, and I don't think that's out for public because they're still figuring out the numbers. The second question that you had, can you say that again? It was about the SecDef and the briefing?
Sir, that might be
Yes,
for
sir.
me.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Okay, hold it. I think I have,
Yeah, this is, sorry, this is John O. again. I think I can answer number 2 and number 3 because they're about the same thing. So one of the questions was about Defense Health Agency briefings to Congress, and then what was written into the National Defense Authorization Act. There was a requirement to address the health implications of Red Hill. So what we're referring to is in the fiscal year 2023 National Defense Authorization Act. So this was passed, I think it was in December of 2022. There was a requirement for a briefing to Congress on the health implications. And usually the way these things work is once, you know, the NDAA is like a 2,000-page document, and there are a number of requirements. And it got filtered down to me to kind of prepare the briefing, you know, to Congress. And so, you know, one of the things that I've really tried to do in Defense Health Agency public health, just given the amount of anger, frustration, loss of trust, a lot of that well-deserved, is try to be as honest and transparent. You know, so I would love to sort of share that briefing with you. The briefing to Congress was not done in person. It was just basically, you know, handed over. There was a follow-up, I think, question and answer with Congress. But the way it works is that anything that's kind of a mandatory report to Congress or a briefing to Congress, the release authority for that is actually Congress. It's not you know, in my case, Defense Health Agency. I think there was a question about broadening the window. You heard me say that, you know, the exposure period is November 2021 through March 18, 2022, because that's when we know that there was definitely, you know, those 2 dates bracket the fuel release and then the lifting of the water advisory. Now, we're very well aware that there are a number of concerns about the quality of the water that predated November 20, 2021. I think our position is that CDC ATSDR is conducting an ongoing public health assessment to examine that exact question about, you know, what were the health risks of the water pre-November 20, 2021. And until that public health assessment is complete, if you want to read more about it, it's on the ATSDR's Red Hill webpage. Until that process is done, I think we're not going to kind of get ahead of that. So I think it's, you know, to be determined exactly if the window of potential health risk is broadened beyond, you know, November to March.
Okay. Do we answer the fourth part of your question, Meredith?
No, that was about why the UST regulations are in charge instead of following RCRA.
Thank you. Allison.
Yes, thank you, Meredith. So the Underground Storage Tanks program is part of RCRA. It's RCRA Subtitle I. And with this regulation, it's designed to be a program that is delegated to the state. So the state has an underground storage tank program, which we at EPA oversee. Hawaii's UST program was actually authorized by EPA, meaning that the regulations mirror the federal regulations and are more stringent in some cases than the federal UST regulations. On top of that, what's outlined in the various administrative orders on consent are even more stringent than what's in federal and state regulations.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to the next in-person speaker, Melody. And then we'll go back online. And then Tara Sutton, you'll be after that, so you might want to make your way down here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My question, I guess the EPA did mention that you do regulate 90 contaminants. Does that also include PCB and EDB? And why not TPH?
Thank you. For this question, I'm going to turn it to Patrick Wilson, our EPA toxicologist who's on Zoom.
Patrick? Here we are. Hi, Patrick. Go ahead. We can hear you, I think.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Patrick Wilson. I'm EPA Senior Regional Toxicologist, and I'm joining you from the San Francisco Bay Area. The question about regulation of PCBs, polychlorinated biphenyls. Yes, they are regulated by the Safe Drinking Water Act, and there is an MCL, a maximum contaminant level for PCBs. You're going to have to help me again with your other question, please.
It was regarding EDB. I think I'm saying that right, the antifreeze. And then why not?
Ethylene dibromide. Yeah, ethylene dibromide. I'm not sure about the regulatory status of ethylene dibromide if we have an MCL for it. We do have health-based levels for ethylene dibromide. That would be regional screening levels, but of course those don't have the same authority and power as an MCL that's promulgated under the Safe Drinking Water Act. It looks like Corrine is checking right now on ethylene dibromide. We will be able to get you that answer to see if we have an MCL for it.
Okay, so maybe we can come back to that if you have another thing you want to ask, and then they'll circle back when they.
Yeah, yes, I do. Well, of course, with follow up with that question, if the Navy will be testing for that, because my understanding they are not. And my name, I didn't identify. I'm Melody Adu. I'm also a member of the CRI. Okay, and I guess I have some other questions too. I was surprised when Ernie Lau had indicated that PFAS dissolves easily in water. Is that correct? Okay, so now we are hearing that the 900 gallons of AFFF with PFAS will be first to be removed. What about the 4,000 gallons that are situated by Adit 1 and Adit 6? Is that also in the plan for removal?
That is not. That is part of a fire suppression system that is required for that area of, that's the above ground tanks down there by Adit 1, right, that you see off King Kamehameha Highway. Right, the underground pump house is where that it services. The Navy does have a plan that will begin to replace AFFF with F3 foam, but there's manufacturing issues and some other things, some supply chain issue. But there is a plan. I do not have a date when that will get replaced.
Do we have an estimated date?
I do not.
You don't. Okay. All right. So, okay, it's concerning.
I think Biotic 6 is, but
I'm sorry.
Wait, there's going to be more of a response.
So you also asked about the tank by Adit 6. That has been drained. The tank by Adit 6 does not contain any AFFF. The only remaining AFFF is the 900 gallons that is within Red Hill.
So there's.
I'm a little confused. I'm sorry if I look that way.
So there's at Adit 6 where the
you
storage
just said
tank
the,
was.
yes,
That's been drained. Inside of the actual AFFF delivery system, so all that piping, the miles of piping, that is what we will drain, approximately 900 gallons. We will drain in the first 2 weeks of April. We'll go through a systematic approach to drain that out of the system and dispose of it. And then the Adit 1, what you referred to by the underground pump house, that is still an active system that's in place for fire suppression.
Okay, and then that will be replaced eventually.
Eventually.
But we've got, back orders or something like that, you're saying? Okay, moving on from what I've heard too, with regards to the oily waste, I guess, Ernie had indicated, or someone had indicated about the legacy PFAS. So that's really concerning that there was some, at the time, I guess it was acceptable to have an open, unlined pit for the sludge. And then that's what caused Red Hill to be, one of the causes for Red Hill to be under a super fund. So I'm concerned now that, I guess we heard from Mel Johnson. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, from you, I guess with your plan, that you're gonna separate the oil from the sludge and keep the water, and the water is gonna be going to a treatment facility, a wastewater treatment facility. So that really rung some bells in my mind because I'm really concerned. I know that 5 installations on island sends their wastewater to the Schofield treatment facility. And from there, it's been sold to Aqua Engineers, in which they will reclaim that water for irrigation and the sludge for fertilizer. They do not test for PFAS. Will you folks then be, before giving it to this wastewater treatment facility to be used for irrigation, which then is sold under market to the farmers for agricultural purposes, in which PFAS can then bioaccumulate in the soil, in the groundwater, onto the produce, onto our into our stores, in which human consumption would then take place. So will you be testing for PFAS before it goes to this wastewater treatment facility, if this facility does not treat it for PFAS?
Milt, if you're going to respond, come down and get the mic so the audience online can hear you.
So, Milt will talk about the treatment approach, but the water that we're using as the source water to spray the tanks down, right, is post-GAC treated. So it'll come off the GAC train, which treats for TPH as well as for PFAS. So the source water that we'll be using for the cleaning source have been treated through the GACs before we use it. Now, that doesn't mean, to your point, that there's not other things that could accumulate, and I think Milt will touch base on that, the rest of the answer to the question. So go ahead, Milt.
It's Bill Johnston again. I just wanted to tell you.
Your mic is not on.
Is it on now?
Yes.
I got it. Thank you. I'm not sure I was totally clear. The oily sludge that we're taking out, the liquid sludge, it's going to go to a petroleum, say, permitted waste treatment facility. It is not a wastewater treatment plant, like you're thinking of Schofield. It's not going there. This is a private facility on the island that they're going to separate the oil and the water, and then they'll take that. Prior to it going there, it has to be characterized, okay, to make sure it's not a hazardous waste on that. Now, I just want to be very clear. You're asking whether we're going to test it for PFAS, and I have to be honest, no. PFAS is not a regulated waste at this point.
Can you test it for PFAS then? I guess this is my question I'm asking. Will you do that for human health and for the environment?
How is it going to, the oil is going to go for burning, and the rest of the water is going to go to a wastewater treatment plant for discharge.
But it's a private one, you're saying. It's not the one, it's not Schofield where it's going to be used for irrigation.
From there, I'm not exactly sure exactly which treatment plant that the treatment facility goes to, but I know it's not a military. We don't receive private facilities wastewater.
So maybe that can be a follow-up.
I'm going to have to follow up on that to find.
Okay, thank you. And then before we move along, Melody, Corinne Lai had provided a response on the EDB. Corinne, if you're online, if you want to add anything to that response, I know it was texted, but Melody probably didn't see the answer yet.
Peter, Melody, if you can hear me, I put in the chat for the FTAC participants. We do have an existing drinking water standard that's enforceable. It's EDB at a standard of 0.05 parts per billion.
So is it being tested? The Navy testing the water for that?
So Navy does compliance testing at its source, and as we move into extended drinking water monitoring, we have asked for it to be included as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. If you're done, we'd like to move on to the next online person.
I have one more question.
Okay.
And this one I've already given a heads up to the DOH.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have experienced the reporting of PFAS non-detect when the level of detection was below the DOH's EAL, yet above the EPA's interim MCL. The DOH has a history of relaxing the EALs when there is evidence of a Navy detection close to or above the DOH's current EALs. Take, for example, in April 2023, the DOH increased the EALs 100% for PFOA, which is now 12 parts per trillion, and PFOS to 7.7 parts per trillion when the EPA's interim MCLs were substantially stricter at 0.004 parts per trillion for PFOA and 0.02 for PFOS. Hawaii's EAL for PFOA is then 3,000 times higher than the EPA's interim lifetime health advisory of 0.004 parts per trillion. As such, we cannot rely on a finding of non-detect because such level, although acceptable under DOH standards, may not be acceptable per EPA standards. And for public health and wellness of the environment and the aquifer, we should be informed of general nationwide EPA MCLs for safe drinking water rather than relying on the threshold set by the DOH. When DOH's EALs are much more relaxed thresholds, seems to shield the Navy by justifying a non-detect finding. So that's the question. Why is it so much looser and not as strict as what the EPA would indicate in its MCLs?
Thanks for the question, Eleni. I'm going to call Grace Simmons from the HERE office.
Grace, let's see, we need a mic for you. Probably the nearest one is over there. You can grab that one off the tripod too. Dr. O, thank you.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, Melody, for that question. As I mentioned, let me step back a little bit. We're kind of mixing a couple of things here with respect to EALs and health advisory levels under MCLs. So the Department of Health sets the EALs for specific contaminants to use as screening tools as well as environmental cleaning up of environmental contamination. The Department of Health sets these numbers based upon EPA's regional screening levels and utilizing toxicity factors such as routes of exposure, ecological risk, human health risks. The department will set these numbers, and most of the times we are more conservative than those regional screening levels. However, when you refer to PFAS, it's the same thing with PFAS, but the numbers that you were referring to refer to the EPA's what do they call it? Lifetime health advisory levels. Lifetime health advisory levels, absent of MCL standards. What I can tell you is that the Department of Health is currently reviewing our EAL numbers, and I cannot give you any specific date, but we are revising these numbers. And when those numbers do come out, we will be requesting comments from the public, as well as have it peer reviewed by scientists from the EPA and ATSDR and our colleagues. So I hope that answers your question about the MCLs.
So when the EPA does adopt MCLs for PFOA and PFOS, the Department of Health will also be adopting those same numbers.
Yeah. Yes.
Numbers.
But I think there's a distinction between EALs, which is an environmental screening number, and MCL, which is a drinking number.
Drinking water.
So those are, so you might have two different numbers, one for drinking water and one for a cleanup number, an environmental cleanup number.
If I could add to, just to complicate things, EPA is also looking at classifying PFAS as a hazardous substance. Is that correct?
That is in the works, yes.
So if that gets adopted, then the Navy may have to look at that and dispose of sludge or other material if it meets the thresholds under those regulations.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's go now to the next online speaker, and then we'll come back to the audience. And I have Tara Kiai. I hope I did not mispronounce your name. Tara?
Yes. Aloha, so I'm Tara Rojas. I'm gonna just let you know like how I'm gonna answer my questions. I'm gonna start with one of your guys' quotes, then just kind of give you the main topic of my question. So the first one is, you were stating that, you're trying our best to flush or use less water, which are, in the millions and billions of gallons projected. So the topic of that is wastewater, water waste, and priorities. So my question is, why are the 3 or any other golf courses still open and running? My suggestion would be to shut them down immediately, because they're technically 3 years too late to do so. So that's my first one. My second part is the quote where you said, or you all said, the problem of this task, is to defuel, and that safety is paramount. So the main topics here are that came to mind were threat, urgency, and budget. So my questions are, when there is a threat, how fast do you all mobilize? Whether it be a war or, just any other threat, how fast can you all mobilize? Number 2, or the second part, urgency. My question is, on your urgency level scale, where is this ranked literally for you all? Because really, if it's not at the top, it should be. You need to reprioritize. And then part of my second round of questions or group of questions is for budget. For a mission, for example, like a war, or another threat, I know budget is of no question. So my question to you all is, what budget do you allot for taking care of the people in this contamination of Oahu's aquifer, of affected families, your own people, and the people affected of the host culture? So that is that.
Maybe if we could pause there. We have 3 questions. Could you let them respond? Otherwise, they're going to forget.
Oh, yeah, I just got one more really quick. Okay. And so there should be no questions asked to as the budget as much needed and limited as possible. And then the last one is just really this. You said the Dr. O said there are still a lot of unanswered questions. So the topic for me is releasing the content. And my question is, can this be the day we hear the list of all ingredients and additives in the jet fuel so that, diagnosis can be made? Because again, it's 3 years down the line, going on 4 or 5, and we still don't know what is the list of ingredients that was spilled. So that was it.
Okay, thank you, Tara. So we had kind of multiple questions, but I think budget and sense of urgency was part of the first ones.
Yeah, so I'll answer first, a bigger picture from the DoD enterprise perspective, then I'll turn over to Admirals Barnett and then Dr. O to talk about more specifics with funding and medical. The bottom line is, look, I said in my opening comment that the spills of 21 should not have happened. It was human error, and I briefed this forum and numerous others, the errors, the error chain that led to those mishaps. And I have repeated the Secretary of Defense's apologies to the communities of Hawaii, and I say it again. I truly am sorry. The fact that the Secretary of Defense made the decision to defuel and permanently close the Red Hill facility was a monumental shift. He then directed U.S. Indo-Pacific Command to defuel the facility because it presented an immediate threat to health and the environment. And that is why he selected me to build and establish the Joint Task Force, because defueling sets the conditions for closure and environmental remediation. My team and I moved out as quickly as possible, and working by, with, and through, again, with the regulators, and obtaining the resources that I needed, we were able to accelerate the timeline by 6 months from the original defueling plan, which was given to me from the Navy. If I could have moved faster, I would have. My commitment to all of you was to move as fast as we can within federal and state law. And so we've we've gotten the majority of the fuel out. As we transition now to the closure and environmental remediation, Admiral Barnett will take the lead, and his commitment is to execute as urgently and as quickly as possible. And he said that here today. That is the Department of Defense's commitment. As far as resources go, again, Congress allocated a lot of money for the defueling effort. There was not one ask that was not fulfilled for me. And so Admiral Barnett knows, and that's why we're going to Washington, D.C. next week to brief the Secretary of Defense and the Deputy Secretary of Defense personally, because he wants to make sure that, one, that the conditions are set for the transition, but he asks every time, do you have the resources, the people, the money, the time, whatever you need to execute the mission? And it's a constant assessment, constant evaluation. That's how it works. You iterate, and that's what we're doing. And I just thank you for the question. It's so important. We've got to move as fast as we can. It's the right thing to do. Again, we can't rewind the clock. We are where we are, but we're moving as quickly as we can, and we understand your concerns. They're valid, and we hear you.
Okay, and then Admiral Barnett, if you want to add anything to that, then we'll go to our next in-person speaker.
Okay, thank you. Vice Admiral Wade hit all the points there. What I want to tell you is that me and my team, the Navy Closure Task Force, are going to mirror that urgency, which is exactly why we're going over to D.C. I'll tell you this, I've never once been turned down for need of what I've asked for to support this mission here and the state of Hawaii and the people and the families. So that's not a concern of mine. I will be good stewards of it, make no mistake about that, but we will, if I need something, I ask. I have many bosses in the Navy. One of my bosses, another three-star admiral, came out and spent nearly a month out here to be on the ground, to see what we needed, to meet some of the folks here at this table, to talk to them, whether it was about drinking water, whether it was about regulations, and working with the regulators, so he can see what I need. So he's my advocate back there. So, but you have my word and my staff's word. There's a lot of folks doing a lot of hard work to get this right, and that's our intention.
Okay, thank you. Tara Sutton.
No, wait, actually, no, so you didn't answer the question, though. Are you gonna shut down the golf courses, and what are the list of ingredients and additives?
Okay.
We are reviewing the usage of water, not just golf courses, but all across in our installations. I'll tell you that we're operating below our glide slope of where we've been in the past few years. So we are managing that to make sure that we're good stewards of the precious water here.
But if you don't just shut them down immediately, you're just dispersing the tainted water onto the land and then seeping it down as well. But that, and then also non-military housing, non-Navy line housing, there's been detection of rainwashing and sheeting in their waters that they don't even use for cooking. And this is in Pro Ridge, IAEA, and I believe in West Side too. So it's kind of, we're getting reports of, or I got reports of non-Navy waterline buildings.
Okay, so we'll let them respond to that, please, because then we want to go on to Tara Sutton. She's been waiting too.
Yeah.
And we have a
What
few
are
other
the
people.
list of additives that you still
The
seem to
additives,
have?
and then we'll just cap it at that. Thank you, Tara. Any response? Additives to the
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. The list of additives that we are
Yeah,
testing for?
that the doctors would like a list of the ingredients and additives that have been spilled, the jet fuel. So what else is there? The list, so that the doctors can know and then treat the people affected.
So
Yeah, this is John O. So, I think we keep hearing there's other things that was in this fuel release. We know that JP5 is a mixture of a number of things, including fuel additives. And I think from Defense Health Agency's standpoint, I think we stand by what the Navy states was in the fuel release. It was JP5 and all the additives and other products that are part of the JP5.
What are the list of additives?
Let him complete his answer, please, and then we can move on to the next speaker. Go ahead.
Right. Well, I can't list all of them, at this time, but I know that that's been shared, and there's nothing that has not been shared with Defense Health Agency or really anyone else, regarding what was in the fuel release.
Okay. Let's move to Tara Sutton now, and then we'll go on to the next online speaker. Tara?
Thank you. I want to start with just thanking everybody for being here and all of the patience for everyone in the crowd and online. I want to first reiterate a couple of points made by Ernie Lau. He had asked for for you guys to come back, for the Navy to come back with a response about the testing that was done back at the time of the fuel spill. There was a statement that you would come back with any kind of testing in the water to know kind of a baseline at the time of the spill to know what there was. I'm just asking if that can be made public, maybe provided to the CRI as well as to Ernie Loud, so that it's not just to him. And then also, I had already written as a question, but then he said it, so I'm just going to reiterate for no redactions. So I was going to ask how much of the closure and defueling going forward is considered classified or not public, but he stated no reductions, and I just want to reiterate that as a person in the public, this is no longer an active site, it's no longer classified. Can we just have no reductions in whatever is released going forward? As somebody who still lives on the water line, I have my own concerns about, say, the water heater. That hasn't been necessarily brought up tonight, but I've brought it up in the past, even with my landlords. I live on Hickam, and I've tried to bring it up with my landlords. I've tried to bring it up with the Navy, and you get this like back and forth, like, no, you have to ask these people. No, you have to ask these people. And at this point with the housing agencies, in my opinion, they've gotten to a point where it's unprofessional. And I'm just wanting to know if somebody can look at the water heater and actually genuinely look at it and tell me, is there apple jelly accumulated in it? I'm looking at the measures that you guys are taking at cleaning the tanks, and it would stand to reason that it makes sense to question if there's buildup in the water heaters, knowing how long a water heater sits in the house and what kinds of things have gone through our lines. So who should I go to and can we do that?
You're at the right person right now. So what I'll tell you is that you want to discuss a little bit about our water heater things that we've been doing, and then we'll talk a little bit afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Tara. For the water heater, the premise plumbing assessment that we did before, we've taken that another step further in taking apart a water hose. We went to the water heater that we identified that had one of the highest TPH detections of our entire system. Breaking that apart, got into all of the different components of it. It has been analyzed, water samples have been taken, we're waiting on some of the results, and we will make that public. This is also part of that shift from the rapid response where, again, it was only testing, and instead going to looking at the entire house to look for what other possible issues there might be, including the water heater. So that is part of the water quality assessment that is being done when we go out to any of these houses for a concerned resident. So I'll take it for action right now that if you'd like us to come out and take a look at your house and do that same water quality assessment, we absolutely will.
Okay, great. If we could move on to the next speaker, because we're actually kind of bumping up against the time we have for this room, and we have just a few more speakers.
Not a problem. Can I just get to my, this is fast. The Red Hill topic got brought up. If anybody wants to talk about, not red topic, the clinic, if any of you want to have a conversation with somebody who's been to the clinic, has experienced it, I'm happy to meet afterwards. And then my main question is that more than half of the total forest population in the DoD are dependents, and that's based on the 2022 demographics. And the way that looks here in Hawaii is over 100,000 people are added to the population of Oahu, because 90% of the DoD is on Oahu. And that causes problems to housing, that causes problems to the energy crisis here on Oahu. Can't drop the energy rates, transportation problems. But most relevant to everybody here is the harm to the environment and toxic exposure to families. So what I'm curious to know is if there's been any progress made to Hawaii being a what do we call it? Thank you. That.
Okay.
An unaccompanied tour.
Regarding the unaccompanied, I don't recall that request going up. I know there was a request that went up on hazardous duty, and I know that at the senior level that was not approved, at least as far as I've been able to find out. As far as unaccompanied, I'm not aware that that's been brought up as at the senior policy level. But I will make sure that on my visit next week, I will bring that up.
I asked it at the last CRI meeting.
Okay, I got to see. Oh, you know what? That's Admiral Gray.
Okay.
Let me follow up with Admiral Gray now. Remember, now you tickled my memory there. The other
Okay.
thing is the Red Hill Clinic follow-up.
Yeah, I can talk. I'm available, and I'll buy dinner for whoever
like to
wants to
talk
talk
with you
about the Red Hill Clinic.
You know, I track that, like I said, weekly. So I would like to, see what we can do better for customer service, quality of service when folks come in.
Okay, so we have a follow-up there. Now let's move to our next online speaker, Jamie Simic. Hopefully the connection works fine now. After that, we're going to go to Lacey Quintero, and I hope I pronounced this right, Liz Roseve. Yeah, so you'll be next after Lacey. Thank you. Jamie?
Aloha, how's everybody doing tonight? Bear with me for a moment. I am recovering or in the midst of relapse symptoms. Sorry, my throat. And yes, as Dr. Hennessy suggested, they did a throat culture, and we do not have strep or COVID, but we have the inability to swallow right now and difficulty breathing, among other symptoms. I was coming here prepared to give testimony on the levels of the TPHD and TPHO, but after hearing some of the testimony from the panel tonight, I'm rather incensed, especially being a whistleblower and a family that has suffered tremendously, not just physically, but also due to direct retaliation towards our family. And that has directly impacted my children's lives, my life, as well as my soon-to-be ex, who was one of your Navy divers that was covered in the fuel in the aquifer during the remediation. I have a hard time believing some of the data that was reported tonight, especially since I lived through numerous spills, and there are reports from 2011, which Dr. Brewer was part of, where you guys did field surveying of Hickam and other areas, of contamination of TPH and benzene, and vapors rising from the concrete slabs into people's homes, which a lot of people have reported vapors in their homes. Surrounded by me right now are Pelican cases of things that were in my home for years on the island. Tonight it was said that these huge Empire State Building tanks would not be emitting off any vapors because they are defueled. Well, I can tell you if I open up one of my Pelican cases right now, if somebody came to my home, you would be able to smell the contamination, and me and my children would react from it. Also, in regards of what Ernie asked with the 2021 water, if anybody would like to take a sample, I still have some of your water. I would offer it up to you if anybody wants to come test it. What is going on the island and with the families is wrong. I changed course tonight, and in my testimony, and I have come pleading for the past 2.5 years from the beginning for you guys to change course. and to tell the truth, to stop people from getting sick like me and my family. Our medical care has stopped, but my fight has not stopped in order to get my children help that they deserve. They didn't knowingly or willingly drink this water. I didn't knowingly or willingly give it to them. But I have to sit back every day and watch my children's lives change. They're unable to attend school regularly. They have to be homeschooled. They have neurological issues. I have neurological issues. My daughter wears pull-ups every single day. Still, her symptoms are getting worse. But we cannot obtain medical care or consistent care, or we're priced out of care being on TRICARE Select. I have reached out repeatedly asking for help, and I now have families experiencing the same thing. I just had a family reach out to me tonight from Capillet who has the same rashes under her armpits that I had under mine and that others have posted. I've had families reaching out from EBA. I've had families reaching out from IAEA off the Navy's water line. I have also had families reaching out from on the Navy's water line. I have posted those videos publicly or those pictures publicly, pleading for help and for change. But we sit here tonight giving the same excuses or different narratives for the same excuses. I come and ask, when will the right thing be done? When will this end? That families stop getting sick and you just tell the truth. It's a lot harder to come up with the lies and to perpetuate the lies than to tell the truth. You would stop the bleeding of what's going on with the families. You would stop the financial bleeding. You would stop the medical bleeding. You would stop families from, like with Kat, developing Parkinson's. I don't know the list of diagnoses for me and my children fully because we can't get the treatment that we deserve. You have left us behind. I've come to you repeatedly asking for help for my family, and repeatedly doors have been shut on me, which is what happens to a lot of us that speak up publicly.
Okay. Jamie, would you like to ask a direct question that they can respond to?
I'm getting. I did ask the question.
Okay, could you just repeat it one and then allow them to respond?
One.
I'm sorry?
And the truth going to be told?
Okay.
And when are the families going to get the medical help that they deserve? And when are we going to stop the narrative that what we see and what we taste and what we feel in our water is not real and it's psychosomatic?
Okay, so let's let them respond to that before we move on to our next speaker. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, I'm sorry for what you're going through and for what your family's going through right now. I will tell you that I am committed to making sure that those on our water system, whether they're military, civilian, whoever's on our water system, I need them to go to the Red Hill Clinic. I need them to reach out to us so we can help them and try to track, and that way we can work with Dr. O and the rest of the team so we can make sure everyone gets the care that they need. You have my commitment for that. The reason why we put the team together, the interagency team together, was to try to figure out what is going on and why so many folks are presenting these symptoms. Doc, is there anything that you want to mention about healthcare?
No, this is John O here. So Jamie, I know that you're going through some tough times, and I feel really badly. I know that I've talked with you previously, and I know we have time set up next week, and I hope that we can really provide some help to you. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so there would be a follow-up for her.
Oh, definitely.
Thank you very much. Let's go to now our next in-person speaker, please, and because we are running out of time, we want to make sure we go through as the ones who are remaining. Lacey Quintero, could you please?
Hello, my name is Lacey Quintero. I'm also a member of the CRI representing impacted families. I am going to ask a question at the end, but first I have quite a few comments I'd like to correct. Because people sitting up at this table might be able to say whatever they want to say and think it's just going to go over most people's heads. But as somebody who lived through the contamination, I'm going to call out your lies. The first one, the big one, is that Ford Island and Pearl City were not affected. Okay, stop lying. I moved here in November 2021, and we didn't have a house yet, so we stayed on Ford Island in the Navy Lodge, and there was fuel coming out of my tap. Do you want to know how I know? Because I'm a Navy veteran. I know what fuel smells like. I know what jet fuel smells like. You can't lie to me. I know what happened. Don't lie to yourself. Second, it was said under the site assessment that this is going to be a multi-year effort. That is a lie. It's going to be a multi-decade effort. And I'm not even talking about PFAS. That's going to affect generations to come. And that is the sad reality of this island. I don't even know if I can get through my testimony because I'm so upset at even the mention that Ford Island or Pearl City, the whole freaking thing was contaminated. Don't even go there, okay? Anyhow, 2 years later, 8,000 samples later, and we still have no answers. It's a comedy of lab errors. The lies we've been told as affected families are that TPH could be makeup in the water. There's somebody out there crushing up makeup, putting it in the water. Our kids were pumping gas. Gloves, I guess, are now coming out of the faucets. Cool, cool, cool. Every time there's been a positive detection, we've been told it's a lab error. Every single time. Fast food wrappers by Diana Felton, the toxicologist for Department of Health, who's no longer in that position. Good for her. She shouldn't have been. None of these things are acceptable. They're all lies. We know. Yeah. And here's the other thing, we know there's probably other stuff in the water. Why aren't you guys taking a whole list of everything that's on every single Superfund site on that base, take a list of those chemicals and test for all of them? If you really wanted to solve the problem, it would have been done 2 years ago. You're the Navy, you can do anything you want. You just don't want to solve this problem. Test for TCE, test for PCE, all the chemicals that were on Camp Lejeune. It's a contaminated base just like this one. What are we doing to prevent Hawaii from being Camp Lejeune Part 2? That's right, we're doing nothing, and it's too late in some aspects. The families that are coming over here, they're not being told about what happened. They're not being told their homes are still contaminated, that they were never remediated. They're being told it was safe, while everyone continues to have health problems, and nothing is being done about it. What I'm going to ask, a couple more comments. Dennis Waters from the Department of Health, I spoke to you for about an hour at one of the open houses where you explained to me about the fingerprinting and how it's hard to tell algae from fuel, and we can't be sure what it is. What I can tell you as somebody who lived in a home, it was fuel. It wasn't algae coming out of my shower, it was fuel. I don't need a test for that. Chris Waldron, I guess I should congratulate you. You'll probably get your contract renewed, a bonus or something for saying whatever you said up there, and maybe you believe it, but none of us do. The plume, this is for Department of Health, the plume, it's not well characterized. It's still only being tracked by TPH. It's still only being tracked as if it only goes this way and that way. Every time it rains, that stuff goes down, down and across, down. There's not only TPH in that plume, there's multiple chemicals, and they go in different directions. So the fact that the plume is not well characterized, you cannot remediate what you don't know. And if you do know, will you please share it with the public? Because we're not buying that. Last question.
Thank you.
Last question.
Thank you.
This goes back to Hawaii, AKA Camp Lejeune Part 2. Will you please brief Congress to make this an unaccompanied order? Because at this point, I don't think we're going to solve the problem. And let's reduce the harm and prevent the kids and the women from getting sick, because we're the ones that are most vulnerable. will you take this to Congress and ask for Hawaii to be unaccompanied orders? Because we don't want to come here to live like this. Nobody wants to shower out of buckets and have sheens and vapors on their water. Will you take that to Congress, please?
Okay, we'll let you respond, and then we'll go on to our speaker.
I will make sure that I pass this up when I go up next week to the appropriate chain of command, but I will pass that up.
Okay. Liz will be our final speaker for tonight. So we'll be Pau after Liz. Go ahead.
Aloha mai kako, o Liz Ko'uinoa. Hello everyone, my name is Liz. I'm a UH graduate student. And in the interest of time, I'll skip any preface to my questions and simply ask them. So first question that I have is, can you talk about and clarify the steps and criteria required to reduce the aquifer pumping, filtration, and discharge into Halawa Stream from 4 to 5 million gallons a day to 1.8 million gallons a day, and potentially even lower in the future?
Sure. So for the pilot study that was done, I don't know the exact dates. I can't remember the details of the dates, but we conducted a pilot study with the Department of Health, the USGS, the EPA, all working together to develop a plan for what that pilot would be, to where we would draw down the water, I think we went from 7 days to 5 days, 5 days to 3 days, and we monitored the water quality as well as the water levels. So that was the pilot study that was done, I believe it was last spring. Since then, we put together the analysis and drawn what we believe is a conclusion that we were able to maintain the capture zone with that reduced pumping. There's been some discussion back and forth, and we have received responses from both the EPA and the Department of Health about some additional questions and sampling that they would like to be done before we proceed. So we have those letters right now for action to give them a response. That's the current state.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, similar to a question that was asked online, but I'll try to frame it a little bit differently to try and tease out some clarification. Is the military being proactive to reduce their water usage to ensure they are using the bare minimum they need for necessary functions and not for recreational uses? If so, can you please elaborate? And if not, how can they shift to take water use reduction measures? What would you have the military do to reduce the Navy's water usage?
What I can do is, what I will take for action is, I don't have the information in front of me right now, but there's a glide slope usage slope that we can look and see historically where we've utilized or used water. What I've directed is that we will come in below that so we can be good stewards of this vital water. You know, we have to be good stewards of it. So what I will do, and during the break I was talking to one of the other folks here, I will get this information out. I will show you where we've been in the past and where we are now. But it's a bigger usage than that. It's a culture change, to make sure that we have folks, do the right things to actually conserve water. It goes back to what Ernie was talking about with the purple water system for irrigation. It also goes back to, as we're building new mill cons and things like that, that we have better usage of whether it's the toilets, the flushless toilets and things like that. So I will get that information and I will feed it back to the group.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to turn it over to Kathy Ho as chair to close the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming and your comments, and we'll see you at the next FTAC meeting. Thanks.
Aloha.
Okay.